So this is
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Erica. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Phoebe the Floof. Hello, Red Spiders. Hello, Ectobiologist. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, John Bogartis. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Jay. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, Low Clarity. Hello, Shin Godzilla. Hello. Let's see here. Hello, Lavender Nyan Cat. Hello. I. You know what? I'm gonna pronounce your name. I. Okay. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, Star Pilot. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, Zell Rex. Hello, Winnie Rose. Hello, Yadagon. Hello, Nightlight Plushy Jesus. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Ice King of Space. Hello. I didn't know we had royalty here. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, Summer Lovin'. Hello, Brianna Arabia. Hello, one and all. Hello, Micah. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Dorian the Gray. Hello, one and all. Hello, High Voltage Zero Games. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Lady Rain Cloud. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Travis T. Also, if you're looking for a good ice cream place in the Twin Cities area, Sebastian Joe's is the tits. Hello, Anna Dexis. Hello, Firespark. Hello, one and all. Hello, Twin Tails. Hello, Shaw Maniacal, the Shamanite. Hello, everyone. How we doing? Hello, Real Radhom. There's some horrors in this house. There's some horrors in this house. Indeed, you got the vibe. You got the vibe. Now, folks, I apologize in advance today if I sound like a little bit congested. I think I might be getting sick. I've also sneezed and coughed a little bit. I don't feel 100%. So we're going to try and get through as much as we can today. But I make no promises because we have a lot to talk about. Okay? How we all doing? Please feel better soon. Thank you. I will endeavor to be as good as I can be. Every time I turn around, there are fresh horrors. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see. Feeling sick is miserable. I'm doing my best to feel better. I only really started feeling sick today. I'm hoping it's allergies. Hoping like I slept breathing wrong or something. But who knows? Hello, Rondo. Are you covering the the passing of Francis? No, I don't really care that much. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a big deal, but outside of it being a big deal and noting it, like, there's not really that much to be done. You know, like, what is there to say about Pope Francis? As far as popes go, he was probably the best one we're ever going to get, you know, just for the wider state of the world. And it's almost certain that they're going to put in someone more conservative than him. And it's going to be not great. That is like the amount of stuff I have to say about it, you know, like eh. Except for protecting a known sexual abuser. Let's be clear here. He was head of the Catholic Church. He was protecting thousands of sexual abusers. Let's be perfectly clear on that front. Like,
new research shows that 1 in 2 Kennedys survive having their brain removed.
oh god. Sam and Miss, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for being the third person to support stream today. No, second person to support stream today. Appreciate you. Also, Malachi, while I was offline, thank you for gifting a sub to Trains and Bullshit. And Periwinkle, thank you for just dropping a tier 2 sub not that long ago. Really appreciate it. And Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Again, I think the sexual assault stuff was mostly happening under Eggs Benedict. Guys, really? No, it didn't mostly happen under one pope. It happens under all the popes. Who cares? The pope doesn't. The pope has massive amounts of political power. It's just like, regardless of who is pope, like there's not really a process by which we can influence that outcome. You know, we deal with things as they come because that's the nature of linear time. That part about eggs, the part about eggs was a joke, yeah. Wait, I'm not, guys. I'm not. All I'm trying to say here is that the Pope was the best one we're gonna get, and the best one we're gonna get was a Pope who allowed and protected sexual assault, sexual assaulters. Like, that's the thin and gritty of it. Like, that's gonna happen under a relatively good Pope versus a relatively bad pope. Yeah, it's a low bar, but there's on the other end of the spectrum, there's popes who have, established religious wars against entire regions of the world. So in terms of that, having one who is like, trans sex workers can come have a meal with me, I guess, is probably like the best we're gonna get in our lifetimes. And like, yeah, that's including that he protected sexual abusers. Also, Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Pope Benedict was actually in the Hitler Youth. Yeah. I just can't believe JD Vance made the Pope die. Well, yeah, that's the real thing here. JD Vance's conversion to Catholicism was shown to be a lie, given the fact that his lack of faith killed the Pope. And anyone who tells you anything differently is just lying to you, okay? A papal assassin in our midst. What did the Pope die of? Well, a stroke of JD Vance's hand and heart failure. But I choose to believe that it was a stroke of JD Vance's hand. The Pope, in that instance, saw what that man has done to countless couches and love seats and was overwhelmed by the enormity of the sin. He also died of ligma. Or it was germs. Yeah, well, except germs don't cause strokes. But yes. That's another possibility. He was a youngish pope? I mean, he was 84. Something like that. 88. Did JD Vance actually kill the Pope? I'm not a doctor, so I can't say. All I can say is it looks mighty suspicious. We're gonna have to pause everything going on in the United States of America until we get to the bottom of this. Some people call what I say lies. Other people call them jokes. I'm not a doctor, but I am a qualified shit poster. Indeed. And shit stirrer, might I add. A sommelier of shit. Anyway, are you telling me, guys, you know 100% for sure this guy could kill a pope? Look, all I'm saying is that's a guy who, intentionally or otherwise, may have killed a pope. All right? Just bumbled into him a little bit too hard. It never gets old. It really doesn't. Also, big thing, next big day of protest out there that I know of, May 1st, which is, of course, a Thursday. But if you are interested in getting out there and protesting at another larger, series of protests, May 1st is the one to put in your calendar and to get people out to. You can also find Tesla takedown events. You can also find indivisible events. Go, go, go. Yes, it is May Day. If you can, get out there. Coordinate with your DSA. Coordinate with whatever groups you're a part of. And my big thing here is just to really add at the end of this, we're doing mass protests. Put on your big boy, big girl, big person pants, okay? Because you're gonna bump up against people you may disagree with. There might be liberals, honest to God liberals out there. There might be people who disagree with you on a number of different topics out there. But you know what? What matters is getting bodies in the streets to oppose the fascism. That is the bottom line. What matters. Purity testing your fellow protesters gets us nowhere. So don't fucking do it. Just get out there and get as many people out there with you as you can. That is the rule number one of protesting. Get bodies in the streets. It's very frustrating. You also meet cool people. They're all united in hating Trump. What's not to like? You saw what I sent you about this? Yeah, I did. And it's part of what inspired me to just say, stop. The last thing I can stand right now or stomach is people purity testing other protesters. Like, fuck off with that nonsense. If that's your priority, you are not helping the movement by doing that. Yeah, literally stop the dipshittery. The one on Saturday was lackluster, and they had music and less shut up to that one than did the first mass protest. Well, yeah, but that's gonna be how it is. Not everyone's gonna show up to a monthly protest. I'm tired of leftists complaining about purity testing. Purity tests are not inherently a bad thing. They are when you're doing a massive protesting movement that is dependent on mass organization to oppose fascism. Yes. If somebody wants to get out in the streets alongside you, that is the purity test. That desire is good and should not be stymied. I'm tired of leftists complaining about purity testing. Same, but you know what? You know what I see people in my audience and in other people's audience do all the time? It's purity test, and it's fucking bullshit. Like, I don't want people gatekeeping this community or any other community that's trying to do something about this with holier than thou bullshit. I don't give a shit about it. I view it as virtue signaling, like garnish. And people who get caught up in the garnish miss the meal. Like, stop. Like, is it fine to do on like a task force with a set goal that is narrow in scope? Sure. But that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about a broad-based movement to oppose fascism. Do people try to be annoying, though? I don't know. Maybe. And I'm so sorry. No one has to be sorry about anything. Just, like, I don't know, be a better advocate for the movement. I support protesting, for example, but if a liberal Zionist wants to march with me, they can go fuck themselves. Zionism is fascism. Yeah, I agree with you, but also, are you going to like go to a protest and start asking literally everyone to the left and to the right of you what they believe? If so, you come across as a fucking weirdo. Like, don't do that shit. Invite people in. Don't like find an issue that you're going to use to purposely wedge people away from your position. Like, fuck. Like, in my mind, this is how I view this situation, right? Just as like a point of analogy. We have a house that is on fire, and there are, you know, a dozen people in that house, children, babies, you know, you name it, infirm. It's on fire. It is going to burn down, and it's going to kill all the people inside of it. We have organized a group of people on the street to throw buckets of water on that fire. And in the middle of that effort to save those people and put out that fire, someone is going, well, I'm not working with that person to pass along the water because I disagree with them on this other issue. And that seems fucking crazy to me. This is a disaster scenario. We are in triage. This is not like a pick and choose kind of moment. Like, I'm sorry. It's just not. And like, I find people who are going to do that not useful. Like, if you're not going to work together to solve the greater problem, then I don't know what to say. Like, our number one priority here is to put out that fire. If you're not willing to carry buckets of water because of who's handing you the bucket of water or who's taking the bucket of water from you, like, you have a shit position. I care about what we ultimately wind up doing. And I also agree with you. Zionism is a fascist ideology. And so we should oppose it. But that fight and this fight are the same. Opposing fascism here helps us to oppose fascism in Israel. It helps us to oppose fascism elsewhere. And if other people want to join us in that fight, we should accept them and then have that fight with them after we win this one. Because there will never not be someone to fight and to continue pushing forward. So we continue the fight after we win this one. Like, the struggle is eternal, my friends. It is the eternal struggle between fascism and liberty. And like, whatever the outcome of this fight, we are going to have to continue to fight for freedom after we win it. But we need to win this fight first. Does that make sense? Losing this fight only empowers fascism everywhere on the planet. So let's put that fucking fire out. It all comes down to what is your main focus, fighting fascism or building socialism? Wrong. Those two things are the same. Those are both the same thing. Opposing fascism and building socialism, you have to be able to do both. No socialism worth building is not in opposition to fascism. Wait, did that make sense? Did I accidentally do a double negative? No socialism worth building is without an opposition to fascism. I think that is the ordering of words that is correct. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello.
Everyone is mutual aid this and community that until they have to actually connect with their community, then they turn into purist Christians.
Only the people in my community that I like. It really does boil down to that for a lot of people, it seems. Homes for the homeless, but only if I politically agree with those homeless people. I oppose fascism, but fighting fascism is not the same thing as building socialism. You can defeat the former while still having capitalism remaining. Absolutely, you can. But any socialist society also has to be built to fight fascism. That is specifically why I say, even should we win the day in the fight against this particular incarnation of a fascist state, we still have to continue fighting as we go forward, because that fascism is always lurking in the shadows of capitalism itself. For that very reason, I consider socialism and anti-fascism to be similar fights. Why are people quibbling about how she's wording things instead of just getting to the flipping point? Yeah, you know, that's a great question. But, you know, let's try and get the pedantry out early in the show so we don't get into it later. I mean, ultimately, I think the reason Kamala Harris lost is because she lost the confidence of the working people by embracing economic policies brought upon her by, you know, Uber executives who were advising her on economic policy. And that You know, I don't think Uber executives are in tune with the working people of America, you know? Boo. Therefore, you can't have a socialist society without stamping out fascists. Bingo, you get it. You get the point, Bastion. Thank you. Well, she was a left-wing candidate in the American context. In the global context, Kamala Harris was absolutely a right-wing candidate. Yeah. In the American context, she was a neo-lib, which, again, global context is fairly conservative. The sobering truth is that leftist communities will still include dumb and frustrating people that don't agree with us, and we still have to work with them because they can positively contribute to our society. Leftists tend to imagine these communities as just their best friends up in the woods somewhere. Yeah, it's that is pretty true. Yeah. Um No, it's all good, Sweet Myths music. You're all good, Lady Raincloud. You're all good. Problem is that fascism is hard to define. Someone can be socially conservative, not be fascist. IMO, the bar has to be high if you're going to call someone that. Yeah, but that's why I did an entire video reading Fascism, the seminal essay on what is fascism. I highly recommend it, by the way. I specifically did a video just reading Fascism because too many people just don't go and read what fascism is. And I highly recommend Umberto Eco talking about his experiences under Mussolini in Italy. And I find that, honestly, a lot of people who say, oh, well, fascism is it's just hard to define, just aren't going out and finding the definitions. Because, and Umberto Eco addresses this in Fascism, right? He talks about how the reason fascism is considered a kind of slippery ideology is because the way it manifests in different societies can, on the surface, appear different. And it has different timelines in different places and slightly different characteristics, depending on where it is, right? And the society in which it erupts. And I think that makes sense because, again, every society has different capitalistic incentives, and a society needs to be different in order for those capitalistic incentives to mature into a fascist state, right? And so what Umberto Eco did, and what I think a lot of other subsequent scholars on the concept of fascism do, is identify a number of common traits to fascist regimes. And Umberto Eco has his 14 points of fascism. I think they are pretty comprehensive. And a lot of other scholars have whittled it down to a smaller number of bullet points. But again, I think that Umberto Eco, it's a little bit clunky with the 14 points, but most of them are pretty good. Most of them are pretty good. Fascism seems to be a mostly Western thing. I almost never hear about fascism in Asia and Africa, but we should still fight against it. I mean, fascism also occurs in Asia and Africa. And a large reason you haven't heard about it is for a couple of reasons. One, underreporting. And two, also the fact that just a lot of them have been the victims of colonial exploitation. A lot of countries in Asia and Africa have been the victims of colonial extraction, exploitation, etc. And so you get a different dynamic there as opposed to colonial states. And a big exception here would, of course, be Japan. Japan has a history of fascism. And again, you can find that during World War II, for example. American society also has a history of, a streak of fascism, we'll say. For a good example of this, look up border policies in like the early 1900s. Look up the U.S. occupation of the Philippines and the way we literally built concentration death camps in the Philippines. Yeah. So it is full, like, history is full of societies that have embodied certain aspects of fascism. But it is when they embody a majority of the points of fascism. That is really where we start cooking with gas with fascism. I mean, I would make the argument that North Korea is fairly fascistic. I don't know if it's full-blown fascism versus authoritarianism.
Asterisk of a state rep's first town hall to ask him what he plans to do to protect his constituents who call out Israel's genocide and...
Hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. Give him the what for. Give him the business. And thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's go! Yeah, India's Modi would be a good example of a modern fascist on the rise. I need to do a deep dive into Modi sometime soon. Boy Meets Mini. Maybe I should have Boy Meets Mini on.
The representatives who enable them, like himself.
Hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs again. I think, well, I'll reach out to Boy Meets Mini and get some resources so I can do a better research segment on India and Modi. Fascists cooking with gas has historically been bad. Okay, all right, okay. But yeah, understand that when I call people fascists, I'm calling them fascist from like the perspective of someone who knows what fascism is. Like I understand it. I've read books about it. I have, talked at length about this. I'm not off the cuff calling Donald Trump a fascist because I don't like him. There are plenty of people I don't like. In fact, there are plenty of Republicans that I don't like who are also not fascists. But like when I call Donald Trump a fascist, I do mean he is a fascist in like the classic mold, or at the very least in an American mold. So, yeah, that's where I'm at on that one. Is there a defense against fascism class at Hogwarts?
I do wonder what the modus operandi is.
Boo! Boo! Thank you very much. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. God. Trump really is a fascist. It's true, Philip G. Collier. I mean, also, again, I love you, Shamaniacal the Shaman. I just want to throw out there that fascism is an ideology specifically predicated on accruing totalitarian power. There, like Mussolini wrote an essay on it, in which he or co-authored an essay on it, in which he talks about that very phenomena. Actually, like he's like, yeah, this is what we want to do. Actually. The definition of fascism I prefer is ultra-nationalism promoted by the state. I don't think North Korea is known for that. They're just considered authoritarian. What? No. That is not a comprehensive definition of fascism. I think that is certainly one component of fascism. But North Korea literally only has state propaganda. I don't like, even just by your definition, North Korea only does propaganda in the service of the state. Like, no, all right, we're moving on because we're getting bogged down in something that is not going to become a segment on my show on the YouTube channel. I guess, is there really an importance in this leader isn't a pure fascist? Like, isn't it enough to be like, this leader is doing effed up shit, we should oppose it? Yeah, it's just, as human beings, we like to put things in boxes. And I think it helps us to put things in boxes when we're like, hey, this leader's an awful lot like that Hitler guy. That helps us a little bit, you know? What I mean is, they are not like racist Nazis. I don't think that is true at all, actually. Like, I just to be clear here, I'm gonna pull this up real quick just because I have this waiting in the wings. So there is a book called or collection of essays, Race and Racism in Modern East Asia, and it has an entire chapter dedicated to ethnic nationalism and internationalism in the North Korean worldview. And I just want to really emphasize that in this essay, they talk about how in North Korea, they have the concept of pure bloods. Like, that's a thing that they talk about in terms of who's like genetically pure enough to be considered North Korean. So like, this is not really like the hill you want to be dying on. Like, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, here's another one. Sorry, again, little into the weather. I might get a little sniffly from time to time. Oh, is this website
I have been
offline?
assured by Chuck, Glasses Nose, Schumer that the leader of the bipartisan USA will be born of a fascist and a centrist. So saith the bylaw.
Yeah, just again, a story from 1965, but perhaps elucidating on this concept. We don't have the full thing, but I think this maybe is sufficient. In 1965, the Cuban ambassador to the DPRK, a black man, was squiring his wife and some Cuban doctors around Pyongyang. The scholar of North Korea, B.R. Myers, wrote in his 2010 book, The Cleanest Race. Locals surrendered their car, pounding it and shouting racial epithets. Police were called to the scene to beat back the crowd. Again, just not the hill you want to die on. They're literally indoctrinated to believe that their great leader doesn't poop. Like, they're not the hill you want to die on. And I guarantee you a lot of people have. Like, literally died. I agree, North Korea's cringe with the whole bloodline thing, but nationalism is not unique to fascism because it existed before fascism. Yeah, nationalism is not unique to fascism. No one said that it was. It is a component of fascism. But if you're trying to make the argument that North Korea does not have, like, ethnic ultra-nationalism, that's just not supported by the case. And now you've moved the goalposts. You see that, right? If you had started a component of fascism is ultra-nationalism, we have agreement right there. Anyway, I have a video on my YouTube where I go over, again, Fascism by Umberto Eco. Highly recommend you guys check that out if you are interested in more takes on fascism. You said North Korea was fascist, so it does seem that you think North Korea is fascist because they're nationalist. Well, I think North Korea is fascist. I just think that they are ultra-nationalist, and that is one component of fascism. Does that... I feel like I'm not making a very difficult point, right? Like, North Korea is fascist. It's a totalitarian state. A component of fascism is the ultranationalism, but North Korea is more than just ultranationalist. That's the point I'm getting at. That's the reason it is, I consider it fascist. It's because it meets numerous criteria within the definition of fascism. Okay? Like that, I feel like that should make sense, right? Fascism is more than just ultranationalism. It is like amalgamated out of like 14-ish different components. And I think that North Korea fits most, if not all, of those components. The same way I think Donald Trump fits most, if not all, of those components. Or MAGA fits most, if not all, of those components at the very least. Yeah, that makes sense? You guys get it? Cool. Cool.
Chat, please stop trying to derail stream to argue about fascism like a pedant. You are not special and nobody cares what theory you have read.
I mean,
hope this helps.
I mean, I kind of care about the theory. I do like having these conversations, but like, we do have a lot to talk about. Missed an hour. We haven't even gotten to like the actual substance of stream. I started an hour late. I thought we were going to hit the ground running, but no. I've read all theory. Same. Yeah, I agree with that, Van 400, but I don't think motivation to me really changes my analysis about whether or not someone is fascist. You know, Donald Trump has purely self-interested motivation to be a fascist. I don't really care about that so much. I just care that he is fascist. You know, functionally a fascist. Like, someone could be just the best person on the inside, but if they're just going around doing fascism, I don't give a shit. Like, if their reasons are altruistic in some twisted way, like, whatever. No, fuck off. I Need Theory spoon-fed to me by Sesame Street. Honestly, I think a lot more people do. You know? What's a girl to do? Would you consider yourself a free speech absolutist? No. I would consider myself, however, an ardent defender of free speech in most circumstances. But I think, obviously, for pretty sensible reasons, there are limits. Why not? Well, for example, I think that we should clamp down on child pornography. Because I do not believe that that is something or material that should be distributed, and that its distribution ultimately harms the world at large. Creating an industry like that, in turn, harms all of us, right? So I think that there are sensible limits. If you're trying to get at the idea that like North Korea has sensible limitations on free speech, that's absolutely a lie. And that better not be where you're going with this. So. Also, you know, I moderate my Twitch chat. So, like, obviously I'm not a free speech absolutist. Some people think it's okay to punch Nazis. I think it's wrong to do violence against people no matter how horrible their ideology is. You know, I would never advocate for people to punch Nazis. I would never do that. I would never advocate for a Nazi to be punched. I would never advocate for this. This is something that I would never advocate for. I would never advocate for this. Not even once. This is wrong. No. 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 Do not. Anyway, anyway, I think that I don't think that I'm a free speech absolutist. No. A link to the music, you say, in chat? Here you go. Here's a link to the music. I get that you enjoy it, but the position of supporting it is different. Yeah, I'm not interested in arguing that. Let's see. I have lost my entire train of thought with where I was going to go with today's stream. Hey, Paladin Lost. Yeah, I'm also not a pacifist, but, you know, I don't think that's super relevant to where we're at mobilization-wise right now. Again, we're in a very different time than like World War II. It's not the moment where we're at war per se. Right now, it is in our best interest as a mass movement to mobilize peacefully, to mobilize non-violently, specifically because of the challenges that we are up against. I do think that social ostracization of Nazis, white supremacists, etc., is good. You should keep doubling down on that, but keep things nonviolent. Serious talk. Not because I'm ideologically committed to that as a concept and would never ever bend on that, but because right now in the moment we're in, that's what the best strategy moving forward is. Shame is a powerful weapon. It's true. All right, folks. You guys ready to hop into things today?
Free speech protects you from the government imprisoning you for your speech, not from getting banned or blocked on a website.
Or from getting kicked out of a business establishment. You know, I was at a store not that long ago, and I heard a bunch of teens start just yelling randomly in different corners of the store. They were playing some kind of game. They got kicked out of that store. Turns out there are consequences for speech. It's like you say something, people hear it, and then respond. It's crazy. Let's see, folks. Y'all ready? Let's talk about something interesting, shall we? Brianna Arabia, thank you for the $5 super chat.
I have some money, I send some money. Themes is the rules. Thank you, Jack. Heart suit emoji.
I don't like that text-to-speech read your comment as themes is the rules. Clearly, them's the rules. But thank you for the $5 super chat, Brianna Arabia. I really appreciate it. All right. Let's pull this up if I at all am able. God, I even look tired today. Is this it? Yes. Excellent. So, folks, let's go. So, folks, over the weekend, I was doing my reading, doing my research, trying to figure things out. What can we do? What's like another project we can throw ourselves into doing, right? And one of the things that came across my feed was a very interesting idea from the editor-in-chief of Talking Points memo, He wrote an article titled "What is to be Done? The DOJ in Exile Edition." Now, this idea from Josh Marshall is pretty interesting and pretty basic. Okay, we're gonna get into
Lurker
this.
tax.
B for Brain, thank you for the $25 dono. That is incredibly generous. I really appreciate it.
I wanted to ban a neo-Nazi from the store I work at, but my manager refused to allow it because he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, that sucks. Next time, there are a lot of things I want to say, but it depends on your level of relative safety. So I'm not going to advise you on anything you should do or not do, but make it very clear that they are unwelcome, I guess. And back to the train of thought. All right? Which is, this idea from Josh Marshall is essentially the idea of a DOJ in exile. It is the idea that because we cannot rely on the Department of Justice to actually, prosecute anyone, one of the things we should do is we should have someone somewhere or some group of people somewhere collecting all of the publicly available data and reporting on law breaking or possible law breaking into like a document or dossier of some kind. And this is something that I think we could do. Like this could be something that y'all can help me with too. We can maybe put together this group community-based effort to collate and gather all of these incidents together. I know there are a bunch of you who like feverishly doom scroll. What if you could use that power for good? What if you could put it together into like some kind of Google Doc? And the idea being that when this is all over, when inevitably there is a new Department of Justice that is going to prosecute, we hand them something like that. Here is all of your work already done for you. Go get them. And I think that that's really doable. There have been so many articles about, oh, this is illegal, that is illegal, this is illegal, here's law breaking. And that is both for like the different governmental entities, but also for individuals in this administration. And I think that we could do something like that. I am not necessarily up on my law enough to know, but I do a lot of research. And I know you guys do too. And we could just compile a document together that is like the receipts. And at the very least, worst case scenario, it becomes like kind of a document we can use to refer to different past events and like search through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Kyle Kulinski had this idea. I don't know. I don't follow Kyle Kulinski, so I don't know. I generally like his ideas and his takes, but again, don't seek them out. Again, I got this from Talking Points memo. So yeah, I just wanted to float that out there and see if that is something you guys are interested in trying to contribute to. And like, maybe we can, maybe I'll reach out to you, Gamergy, and we'll get some like a framework going that can then be used, in a broader sense. But I think that would be really good. At the very least, for us as a community to have a reference doc. and possibly in the future that becoming more of a thing, because guys, by the end of this, people are not going to be remembering. Like, there are some people who don't remember the first Signal Gate already, and that was like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago maybe. We're already on Signal Gate 2. People are going to be burned out. People are going to forget. And I think that maybe this is a way of kind of keeping these things alive in our collective memory, so that there is some accountability for it when this is all done. It's just too much for some people's bandwidth, and that's absolutely true, which is why this would just be kind of like a as you can contribute type of document. Conservatives love to admit their crimes on Maine. Yeah, absolutely. It's not even 100 days yet and feels like 3 years. Yes, exactly. Hey there, Abby. I know, make a wiki. You know, I want it to be something that's relatively closed off from like folks outside of our community, just to minimize the possibility of like tampering. I don't know too much about running a wiki, but I guess this would be a community run project anyway. So, yeah, I'll chat with the mods about this and see if we can get together a tool for folks to use. I think we could do this. You can set up wikis to have designated editors. That'd be interesting. I'd help with a wiki, but I'm working on multiple sites at the moment. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. There must be groups doing this already. You know, Von Tux, that's the thing. One would think that there are, but I genuinely have no idea if anyone is doing this. I haven't heard of anyone doing this. And like the editor-in-chief of Talking Points Memo hasn't heard of anyone doing this yet. Which is why 2 days ago he proposed the idea, but like, you know, it's I think a lot of people might be just assuming someone is, and then not many people are, you know? There are a lot actually, but it's underground mostly. Yeah, but like that, I would prefer there to be like a more publicly viewable account of things. Mostly in small hacktivist scenes. Yeah. Let's do a little bit of a larger job. In this case, multiple efforts aren't wasted. It needs to be documented at as many places as possible. Yes, absolutely. So that was just an idea I wanted to float to you guys. Let's move on. Okay. A People's History rough draft. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Let's get to like just a couple of the weird stories before we get into, I think what we're going to do, we're going to do 2 weird stories. Then we're going to go into just like a bunch of the good things that have been happening. And then we're going to get into some of the awful shit. Okay? That's going to be kind of the trajectory for like the next hour or so of the stream. All right, folks, here we go. I need you all. So, folks, here we are. It is a couple days after Easter, and I know that other people have probably already talked about this to death, but I still needed to acknowledge it. So Pete Hegseth, who is, I guess, still in charge of the military as Secretary of Defense, he's in the middle of basically a gigantic scandal. There have been assurances given by sources close to him that more scandals are to come in like the next week or so. But the big one right now is that he had a second Signal chat with like his wife and his brother and his lawyer, where he was just blabbing about top secret military plans. And now the White House is trying to say, oh, they weren't secret, but like they were military troop movements in another Signal chat with people who were not supposed to be there. And well, you can tell how cooked he is right now just by watching this clip, which has by now gone viral. And I want to really point out something to you right here. Notice right here that he has a sideburn that goes down a little bit below his ear. And that's going to be really important when he turns his head.
Do you have anything you want to say, sir, about the Signal chat controversy?
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies.
Oops. Oops. Somebody shaved like a full ass inch off of his sideburn. He's an inch shorter on one sideburn than the other. It's insane. Like, and you want to know the thing about this? The thing that gets me, right, is that right here, he's about to try and justify why, you shouldn't believe any of this information because all of the info is coming out of, some disgruntled people that he fired. And, they all have reasons to lie against him, except that the people he fired are people that he hired. He brought them in with him. And on top of that, and this is why I am pausing just so you guys can really take in how much shorter this sideburn is. Donald Trump wanted him here specifically because he looks like he was from Central Casting for, being in charge of the Department of Defense. And this aesthetic fuck up is exactly the kind of thing that would genuinely cost Pete Hegseth his job. Because Donald Trump doesn't care about Pete Hegseth's skills. He cares about Pete Hegseth's, presentation.
Pulitzers for a bunch of lies and on hoaxes, time and time and time again. And
it's just so visible. Yeah, nah, dog.
And time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it.
And I'm just going to say this right now, because I know there are some people who are going to be like, oh, well, maybe it's just like invisible hair or something. Hey, guys. Men in media wear makeup. And there are ways to just like, I don't know, color in the bottom of your sideburn if that's what you need to do. There are ways to do that. He just didn't. For whatever reason. Maybe it was a screw up with his razor. Maybe he just didn't see it. Maybe like he just doesn't bother with that. Like, genuinely, use an eyebrow pencil. I have hairs that are too light to see on camera in my eyebrow line. I use an eyebrow pencil to like, make them pop a little bit. He's literally been a career TV man. He definitely knows about this.
See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not gonna work with me, because we're
not gonna work with me. I already have the worst reputation, baby.
changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back.
Can I just say, look at this child in the background who's like side-eyeing Pete Hegseth. Can we? Oh God. Even this like 10-year-old knows that this guy is cooked, man. I'm just gonna keep. I hadn't paid attention to him until now.
Time again.
Look at this.
And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not gonna work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters.
Are those his children? That's even fucking better. Oh, his own kids are side-eyeing him. Holy shit, dog. Were they also on the Signal chat? Were they also on the Signal chat where he was messaging about Yemen?
And anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting.
Oh, this poor kid looks in so much pain. Holy shit. I feel so bad for his kids.
The fake news media. This is why we're fighting slash and burn Democrats. This is why we're fighting hoaxsters. Hoaxsters. This group, no, this group right here, full of hoaxsters that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with axes to grind, and then you put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know it, we know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard across the board, and I'm gonna go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much.
I wonder if he ever feels weird sucking the president's dick in front of his kids. I mean, clearly at least one of his kids feels weird about it. God damn, dude. Yeah, all of his kids look terrified of spending time with him. Like, just not even reaching here.
President, sir, have you spoken to the president?
Have spoken to the president, and we are going to continue fighting on the same page all the way.
God. I don't think I've ever seen a bunch of more uncomfortable children, right? Damn, dude. Yeah. So, yeah, we live in a hellscape, but at the very least, we can laugh at Pete Hegseth. And honestly, the more I believe that time has borne out that mockery of folks like Elon Musk is very effective at having people fall out of Donald Trump's good graces. And similarly, I think that making fun of Pete Hegseth is a moral good that will help get him out of this administration faster. That is my steadfast and firm belief, is that mockery of these people makes them look weak in Trump's eyes, and so he just cycles through them ad nauseum. Okay? So, go forth. Make fun of Pete Hegseth across all the corners of the internet. Make fun of him loudly. Let your jeers and japes be loud and clear, all the way up to the White House. Okay? Because genuinely, I think it improves our society. Meet more. We did it. Go forth and mock, my lambs. Indeed, indeed. Fly, my pretties. Also, just a tip of the hat to the like troll account that was here earlier that was trying to type out the F slur in chat. but misspelled it halfway through. Like, bitch, if you're gonna come here and try and spell it right, like, Jesus Christ, you bigots come in here, you can't even spell the number 2. It's crazy. Like, how do you fuck up a word that's like it's like 6 letters long? Is that too many syllables? Jesus. I got confused when I saw the H. Yeah, because they're dumbasses. They can't even use they're not old enough to use the words they're trying to use. They're like, ChatGPT, spell the F slur for me. And then ChatGPT can't do it. So it gives them like a misspelled version of the slur. These people have like offloaded even their bigotry onto AI. They're that lacking in creativity. How do you spell 2? 222? Yeah. Eating a big bowl of edamame? Mmm. Yum. There are only TO genders after all. You went to your representative's town hall tonight? Hell yeah, Dragonfly. Hopefully, like a mess in a good way, or a mess in a way that is productive. A Democrat. Gotcha. Well, honestly, sometimes those types of Democrats need those town halls too, you know? They need to be getting Spitfire at them in their town halls to improve their positions. Like, I genuinely hope that your representative left that and was like, oh shit, I need to change. A guy got dragged out and arrested. Yeah, nothing calms things down like having constituents dragged out of your town hall. Yeah.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Okay. Time for us to move on to just the other weird story I have to kind of preface stream, even though we're an hour and 30 minutes in. Jesus Christ. All right. So, folks, one of the reasons that I have been not as interested in covering some of the conservative talking heads these days is because a lot of them seem to just kind of run out of juice and pivot into saying literally anything that might get them attention. You know, you see this with Candace Owens flirting with, you know, the Jewish question. You see this with, you know, Matt Walsh basically just saying whatever and reacting to TikToks. It's not that interesting. You know, it's not too applicable to the current moment. And what I have for you today here is not applicable to the current moment, except insofar as it demonstrates exactly what I mean. You know, you've got folks like Alex Stein who will just say whatever, like they're just completely disconnected from any kind of actual ideology because their entire premise for existing is simply to say shit that gets them attention. That's it. And no one really encapsulates this on the right quite like Benny Johnson. And Benny Johnson recently had Ron Paul on his show. Senator Ron Johnson, not Ron Paul. My bad. Sorry, Ron Paul. Ron Johnson, different Ron. And they had some really interesting thoughts about 9/11.
And I know that we're up against a hard out. Just one final question, since you brought it up. What would you like to know about September 11th, the official story there, Senator?
Well, start with Building 7. Again, I don't know that you can find structural engineers other than the ones that have the corrupt investigation inside NIST that would say that that thing didn't come down in any other way than a controlled demolition.
Can I just like pause real quick and note that, you know, one thing I don't understand about 9/11 truthers is, have you ever seen a commercial passenger jet before? Have you ever seen how big those fuckers are? Have you ever seen how fast they fly? Now imagine one of those things running full force into a building and then the fuel exploding. And I just have to say, that's pretty sufficient to me to explain why a building fell down. So, like, genuinely, this to me is insane. This is like seeing like a meteor strike a building and just be like, well, you see, it had to have been a deep state op, because that just doesn't happen. No way a meteor could break down a building. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But anyway, I digress.
I mean, you just look at that. You talk about molten steel. Again, you listen to
They're literally doing the jet fuel can't melt steel beams, which is just not true.
Documentary Bravo 7. There's an awful lot of questions. You know, who ordered the removal and then destruction of all that evidence? Totally contrary to any other
evidence of what? An airplane flew into a building and the building collapsed. Evidence no longer needed. The building collapsed because a plane flew into it and exploded full force. Geez Louise, it's not that complicated. You know, sometimes when you throw an apple up, it comes right back down and you catch it in your hand. Like, you don't need to like throw the apple up in the air and then imagine that a miraculous swan grew out of a lake and snatched it up and took it up into the heavens, blessing it in the frozen reaches of space before dropping it down into your hands. Like, you don't need to imagine this whole miraculous series of events or like a conspiracy on the part of the swan. You can just be like, oh yeah, there's this thing called gravity. I throw the apple up and it falls back down. You don't need to come up with convoluted bullshit.
firefighting investigation procedures. I mean, who ordered that? Who was in charge? I think there's some basic information. Where's all the documentation from the NIST investigation? No, there are a host of questions that I want, and I will be asking, quite honestly, now that my eyes have been opened up. I've talked to former Congressman Kurt Weldon now. I will work with him to expose what he's willing to expose as well.
Wow. So we may actually see hearings about this.
I think so. And by the way, this was opened up when...
You know what? Sure, why not? The Senate just uses its time and power instead of doing literally anything else to reopen decades-old conspiracy nonsense. All the while allowing 9/11 first responders to die of cancer while being bankrupted in the process because their political party stripped funding for first responders on 9/11. Yeah. These people really care about getting to the truth as long as they can fuck over 9/11 first responders in the process.
My ranking member now, when he was chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation, he did the investigation on the PGA and Live Golf and the PIF. Part of that is we had 9/11 families coming forward and saying, we want the FBI files unredacted. We want those made available in terms of what happened. What did the FBI know what happened? So we got engaged with that on a bipartisan basis. We wanted to get those answers, those documents for the families. Again, we didn't get squat from the FBI. So hopefully now, with this administration, I think President Trump should have some interest, being a New Yorker himself. What actually happened in 9/11? What do we know? What is being covered up? My guess is there's an awful lot.
You know, oddly enough, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that even should they actually create a 9/11 Truth Commission or whatever, oddly enough, they're not going to find any links between 9/11 and Saudi Arabia. Just oddly enough, not going to be any links whatsoever. Yeah. Nope. Not even close.
In terms of what the American government knows about 9/11.
Wow, including who let the hijackers into the country, which was John Brennan, station chief in Doha. Why would he do that? And why would you let him take flight lessons? There's so many things that don't make absolutely no sense.
You know, just gonna throw this out there. Oddly enough, a lot of them came in with visas from Saudi Arabia, but you know, again, that would be really inconvenient to our geopolitical interests in Saudi Arabia.
At all.
And Donald Trump's personal finances related to Saudi Arabia.
When you actually look at the government's own documentation, this is from Guantanamo Bay. And then to your last point, and then let's please put up the senator's X account here. Everybody follow Ron Johnson. This is bombshell stuff. But yeah, President Trump on the morning.
This is bombshell stuff. No. You know, like, no. This is really, it's really not. This is actually really old conspiracy nonsense.
Morning of September 11th saying there's no way those buildings came down by themselves. They're the strongest buildings in all of New York. There's no way they came down that way. This is President.
Strongest buildings in New York never would fall down because a giant passenger jet ran into it at full force. Just real quick. Oh my God. Just looking, what is the kinetic force on average of a commercial plane at cruising speeds? Okay, 255 meters per second-ish. Mass of around 400,000 kilograms. See here. Let's see. Yeah, let's convert joules to explosive tons. So
I read that there would be horrors beyond my comprehension. I thought I was prepared, but suddenly the Benny Johnson jump scare proved I wasn't.
Okay, so like you got All right, 10 million joules to, yeah. Okay, cool. So a plane crashing in along with all of the fuel blowing up would be sufficient to take down most buildings. Jesus Christ.
7-Eleven was an inside job. Hot coffee isn't hot enough to melt chimichangas.
Okay, but 7-Eleven should be an inside job because, have any of you ever been to a Japanese 7-Eleven? It'll change your life. It'll change your life. People seem to think you need to melt the steel beam. All you need to do is weaken the steel and the whole structure collapses. Yeah, because it's like it has tons and tons and tons of material on top of it. And it's not built to like not have that weight on that one part of the steel beam. Like, I mean, like you have a plane crashing into the building. You have like the engines exploding, fuel all over the place, fire rampant, burning through different structural pieces of integrity. And then the building ultimately collapses under its own weight. I do not see how this is a difficult issue to really wrap one's head around.
In Trump's own words, and it matches the words of the firefighters who were in the building, many of them who've perished. So we owe them, at the very least, these guys gave their lives. We owe them the chance to get absolution here and the truth. Thank you, Senator, for fighting for those things. God bless you and Godspeed in your pursuit of the truth. And I know.
Godspeed, Ron Johnson. I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of this whole 9/11 thing. Famously, steel needs to be hot to change its shape. Indeed. Indeed. It's like a lifetime ago and we're still on this, right? For a lot of 9/11 first responders, literally it has taken their lives to get any amount of care from the government. It's disgusting. Anyway, fuck Benny Johnson, fuck Ron Johnson, and, or rather don't. And yeah, 9/11 wasn't an inside job, folks. It was just genuinely what happens when you ram commercial airliners into two of the largest buildings on the planet.
Jet fuel might not be hot enough to melt steel, but you know what is. Jack, respectfully, BWA.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doing my best with what I got. Too many Johnsons, right? Right. Dicks to the left of me, dicks to the right of me. Too many dicks. With that, we finished the segment. I'd rather fuck a cheese grater than a conservative ghoul. Stop, you'll hurt their feelings. They're very sensitive creatures. Yeah, none of these people, Ron Johnson doesn't give a fuck about first responders. Like, genuinely, those people should be national heroes, and they should have, and I do genuinely mean this. Like, the first responders on 9/11 should never have had to pay $1 of their medical bills. Like, out of, there are so many people who also shouldn't have to pay $1 of their medical bills, but like, especially like those people, they ran into like one of the scariest situations in American history. Colossal amount of unknowns on 9/11. And then they like have been paying for it with their literal lives ever since. And I think there's something wrong about that. There's something wrong about that. All right. And I will finally give you guys the arm curls you have requested. I forgot to do Nightlight Plushie Jesus's arm curls. I'll do them along with Ben Briggs. Have to be careful with this skirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oof. We're doing the thing, getting strunk. Real question is, which cheese goes best with sex? Brie. I will not be taking questions. Oh, this skirt, the skirt, it's not really a skirt. This is a dress. This dress is very, very short. Obviously Swiss. Okay, I know where your head's at. All right, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, we've been going for about 2 hours now. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because ultimately, folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your direct support. It means the world to me that you allow me to do what I do, and we're on a push to get bigger and badder than ever, okay? And that is exactly what we've been doing. You know, we're up to, what are we up to now? We're up to like 11,400 some subscribers. Let's go! Let's go! Let's hit like 15K! Get on it! Now let me take a look. Let's see, we have approximately how many people watching in YouTube chat right now? We have 345 people. We have 145 likes. Folks, hit that like button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. You silly gooses. Okay?
I am not the fig plucker but the fig plucker's son, and I will pluck figs till the fig plucking's done. You're welcome.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm not the fig plucker but the fig plucker's son. Pluck figs till the fig plucking's done. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know what that song is, but I like the cadence of those words. All right, let's go. What's the other chat? The other chat is from riverboat.gg. If you go to riverboat.gg, you can be in the on-screen chat. That's just how it works. Okay. Folks, let's move on. Get our rears in gears. We got to talk about good shit. Let's refresh these tabs, and then we'll get started. We got to talk about the good things that happened today, folks. take this out there. There we go. Here we go. So, folks, as we all know, Elon Musk is a massive man-child, but the emphasis there is on child, de-emphasizing man. Like it's a lower caps man followed by an all caps child, one word. Okay, and well, I think we are on the verge of achieving complete and total victory over Elon Musk. All right. Specifically, this guy is a little baby bitch. Musk wants to leave politics because he's tired of attacks from the left, report says.
Yes,
Oh,
come to riverboat.gg
baby.
chat. That way YouTube doesn't take 30% of your donation, and Amazon doesn't take 50%.
True. Let's go, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, no, this is great. This is great. This is from yesterday, chat. And you know, it's an interesting little article. Talks about how, like, oh, some insiders are saying that he's feeling really sad. And well, basically the financial analysis coming out of firms that do these things for, you know, market analysis for people to invest in smartly, they're basically all saying, oh, Elon Musk and Tesla in particular are fucked. Elon Musk has the vast majority of his wealth in Tesla. And again, he is crashing the company. And I do mean that literally, okay? But on top of that, here's what some of these folks are saying. Musk needs to leave the government, take a major step back on Doge, and get back to being CEO of Tesla full-time. Tesla is Musk and Musk is Tesla, and anyone who thinks the brand damage Musk has inflicted is not a real thing, spend some time speaking to car buyers in the US, Europe, and Asia. You will think differently after those discussions. Tesla has unfortunately become a political symbol globally of the Trump administration and Doge. Potentially, this could lead to a 15 to 20% permanent demand destruction for future Tesla buyers due to the brand damage Musk has created with Doge. Now, this analysis, like a 15 to 20% reduction in what your expected like profits are, that is something that would be devastating under the best of circumstances. However, I need to remind you all that this this article came out yesterday. What happened today, everyone? What happened today? Well, today, the first quarter earnings report was released, and Tesla's profits fell by 71%. 71 goddamn percent. And in an official statement, CEO Elon Musk said he would soon be spending less time with the Trump administration amid backlash. And that is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. And of course, Tesla Takedown responded to this by saying, the protests will continue until Musk leaves politics and stops trying to buy elections. Tesla Takedown, which honestly, amazing, amazing work from that group of folks. Here is maybe one of the most damning infographics you can find. Is this, as you can see, it is a very bad quarter compared to literally all of the quarters on record going back till like 2020, going back to the pandemic times. Yeah, not a good quarter for Tesla at all. At all. And yeah, if Elon Musk did not have such a dominant hold over Tesla, he would be getting sacked by the board of directors. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I just want to throw this out there. One of the biggest in like Tesla investor bros out there went on to say, expectations are low after weak deliveries. Earnings results likely suffer from lower leverage on the very low volumes. We may get some razzle dazzle on Model 2, Cybercab, or Optimus to distract from fundamentals. We stay underweight. And the official target, again, this is from Wells Fargo, is $130. So right now, to translate that real quick, what Wells Fargo analysts are saying is that they're expecting Tesla to tank to $130. So that's good. Actually, that's actually really good news. If we get it to $130, if we get it with these Tesla takedown protests, with the agitprop you're posting, etc., if we collectively manage to get it down to $130, our next goal needs to be like $90. Because I'm pretty sure from some of the reporting that I've been seeing, it's in like the 110s to the $90 range, somewhere in there, in that $20 value gap is where Elon Musk has all of his leveraging power. And if he has to make if he has to do like a call, if his loans are called, he is going to be fucked. Like not like kind of fucked. He's going to be giga fucked by the amount of debt he is in. Okay? They are going to force him to liquidate his shares in Tesla in order to like meet his the demands of the banks that he's beholden to. Okay? That explains why he's predicting real full self-driving within a year. Yeah, I mean, he's making crazy promises to try and shore up Tesla value so it doesn't keep dropping. But like at this point, no one thinks he's getting out like full personal service androids in like the next year. No one thinks that's going to happen. Are you fucking kidding me? Like 2 years ago when he announced this idea, it was a guy in a goddamn suit doing the literal robot dance. The same way he was like, oh yeah, we'll be on Mars by like 2025. Hey, it's 2025. We're nowhere near being on Mars. We don't have a colony on goddamn Mars. He's just a flim-flam man, and people are increasingly aware of that. Yeah, continue shitposting, soldiers. Indeed. Just Tesla takedown. What's our call to action? Your call to action is to find your local Tesla takedown protests, go to that, and also to continue shitposting as hard as you can. Continue making fun of Elon Musk. Every time you make fun of Elon Musk, the share value loses, 0.0001% of its value, okay? But Jack, you don't have faith in the RoboVan? No. I don't have faith in shittier buses. Yeah, shit post for Queen and Country, exactly. You could roadrunner a Tesla. Yeah, you could literally paint a road on a solid wall, and that car will drive into that wall. It's crazy. What's the best way for us to get involved with our local chapter? Excellent question. Let me throw you over there. I know I have a tab for it under my action tabs. Here it is. TeslaTakedown.com has all the tools you need to find or create an event near you. Just going to link that in chat for you guys. There you all go. But yeah, sign up to host or find an action near you. There you go. It's some good stuff. There you go. Anyway, I thought that was incredible news. It's working, folks. It's working. And today, Elon Musk said he will step back from Trump's Doge as Tesla reports dismal earnings. What is his actual quote here? I believe the right thing to do is to fight the waste and fraud and get the country back on the right track. Announcing he'd be reducing his time with the agency in May, though he's determined to stay on for a day or two a week for the remainder of Trump's term, which is a very interesting thing to say. Just real quick, that's a very interesting thing to say, specifically because Elon Musk up to this point has been considered a special employee of the government. These kinds of special employees are only allowed to work for like something like 90 days or so before they are legally required to stop doing work for the government. And all the official statements about Elon Musk, outside of him, unofficially running Doge, is that he is like one of these special government employees. And he can't actually legally work for a day or two a week for the rest of Trump's term. That's actually not something he is allowed to do. He will, of course, continue to do it, but this is one of those examples of just ongoing law breaking that we need to like keep in our mind vaults for the future, so that we can advocate for, future prosecution on these grounds, right? Now, granted, is Elon Musk actually going to step away from like Doge to like go back to Tesla? No. However, I would expect that we're going to see more stories of him doing work at Tesla. I expect that we're going to see more stories about him, touring his factories or whatever. Because what he's trying to do is he's trying to hold that bleeding gut shot in. He's trying to make sure Tesla doesn't lose all that value. He's trying to hold it in long enough so that he can announce like massive government contracts. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's trying to stem the blood flow until, a massive infusion happens. That being said, if his company loses value faster than he can secure these contracts, he might be boned anyway. So, continue to dunk on Elon Musk. If we can be part of a movement that dropped the value of his company by 71%, that motherfucker is vulnerable. Keep up the good work, folks. Keep it up. We did it! We did a segment, everyone! Huzzah! Huzzah forever! We're doing the things. Oh, sorry. One last thing as an addendum. Also, just in somewhat related news, Twitter lost a lawsuit to the tune of over $100 million for breaking patent law and infringing on VidStream's technological patents. So that's pretty funny. It's not necessarily going to break the bank, but like, just as a little bit of an extra, get fucked, Elon. It's a nice little period on the end of that sentence, right? It's nice. Good things can happen.
Whoopsie.
Can that last segment be clipped and uploaded? Absolutely. We absolutely... again, we're getting a lot better at clipping and uploading segments. Thank you, Editorino. Appreciate it. I don't know why I referred to my editor as Editorino. That doesn't even make sense. I assume the customary slap on the wrist is the ruling. I mean, $100 million isn't... I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things here, it's a slap on the wrist, but like, I don't know, $100 million ain't nothing. Hell yeah, Salmon Moose, moving on up. Thinking about commissioning some new art for the channel too. Might get a little bit crazy. Have I seen Mr. Ring-a-Ding yet? No, that sounds scary. Also Red Spiders and Van Briggs, thank you for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Appreciate it. Nice to see some white names in chat for a change. Though I don't suspect you'll last long. Dun dun dun! What does that mean? It means somebody's probably going to gift you a sub. Let's see here. Let's see here. Need to update this.
No one like my Kennedy joke sad face.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Salmon Moose. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, though. Appreciate that. Thank you for gifting a sub to Van Briggs. I have been trying to find this. An update on this article. I haven't been able to find it. Sort by date. Okay, well, I guess I'll just report the original story that we've got. Here we go. So, folks, just a rundown of a couple good things that have been happening recently. Number one is that earlier today, yet another judge has sided against ICE on behalf of the students who have been stripped of their student visas. To remind you all what the circumstances around this case or these cases are, basically what it seems like has been happening is that ICE has been going in along with people in the State Department and revoking student visas, like unilaterally, like just disappearing their status as students and nulling their visas and then showing up to arrest them and disappear them into the system until they get deported back to their country where they are from. And this has resulted in cancer scientists being disappeared on the eve of their PhDs, you know, about to present their groundbreaking research on like cancer treatments. This has resulted in, you know, people who were here applying for their student visas, or not their student visas, their citizenship, getting arrested and disappeared into the system. And in a really great sign of where our legal system is right now, a judge out of Atlanta has ruled that at the very least in the District of Atlanta, in this area, 133 international students must have their legal statuses reinstated as students by 5 p.m. today. Now, I have not seen an update on this story yet. It is after 5 p.m., but I've been looking around, haven't found an update on this story. But again, this is another example of how ICE is operating so far outside of its legal jurisdiction. It is effectively operating as a lawless organization, and by the time we get Donald Trump and his cohorts out of power, ICE must be completely and utterly dismantled. Okay? This needs to become like a mainstream position within the contingent of folks who are opposing Donald Trump. Like, I mean, and I do mean this. If Bill Kristol, Republican Governor Bill Kristol, can be calling for ICE to be dismantled and for apologies to be issued to people who've been calling for the abolition of ICE, if he can do it, anyone in this party, anyone in this coalition of folks opposing fascism can also call for this. Okay? So that's where we're at. Huge win. This has been, by the way, replicated in many different areas across the country. Judges siding against ICE in ordering student visas and student status to be reinstated. Wasn't Bill Kristol a governor? I thought he was. Am I confusing him with Mike Huckabee again? Or did he just like run for governor? Oh my God. Did I make that up? Oh, I might have made that up. That's my bad. Thank you for calling me on that. Yeah, he's a former chief of staff to Vice President Dan Quayle. That's my bad. Oh man, yeah, he's a Manhattan Institute like dipshit, and also a never Trump Republican. Damn. I want most of the ICE officials to be arrested. I agree. I think there needs to be a Nuremberg-like set of trials for these people. I can't believe the voice of Mike Wazowski was once a governor. Not a governor. Chief of staff to a vice president. But hey, a good thing happened. Second of all, folks, in response to being defunded massively by the federal government, it looks like NPR is going to war. They put out this the other day. We are hearing reports today that the White House intends to deliver a rescissions package to the Capitol Hill this week, instead of the week of April 28th as anticipated. The administration reportedly briefed congressional leadership last week on the package. House leadership has indicated it may vote on the rescissions package the week of May 5th instead of in late May, nearer the 45-day deadline. In preparation, we are moving up the timelines for all stakeholder communications. Materials NPR policy and representation team has drafted new templates for station and grass top stakeholder activation. We ask for a deadline of May 2nd for those letters to be delivered to lawmakers. Engage your board members, community advisory board, station volunteers, major supporters, community partners, business leaders, and emergency officials who work with your station, and ask them to communicate to Congress their opposition to rescission and support for your station. Please share with us when your letters are sent so that we can track which members of Congress receive them, and let us know if you receive responses on their position regarding rescission. Basically, NPR is mobilizing its entire viewership base, its entire bureaucratic apparatus in order to try and save itself, in order to try and oppose this fascist administration that is trying to clamp down on media critical of itself by defunding it. It is very clearly a clampdown on free speech. And when I say that, I mean it in like the sense of constitutionally protected free speech. Okay? And that is really bad, actually. We all should want NPR to be around. NPR, PBS.
Now, Mr. Rogers is certainly one of the best things that's ever happened to public television, and his Peabody Award is testament to that fact. We in public television are proud of Fred Rogers, and I'm proud to present Mr. Rogers to you now. Fred.
All right, Rogers, you got the floor.
Senator Pastore, this is a philosophical statement and would take about 10 minutes to read, so I'll not do that. One of the first things that a child learns in a healthy family is trust, and I trust what you have said that you will read this. It's very important to me. I care deeply about children. My first children...
Will it make you happy if you read it?
I'd just like to talk about it, if it's all right.
Sir. Okay.
My first children's program was on WQED 15 years ago, and its budget was $30. Now, with the help of the Sears Roebuck Foundation and National Educational Television, as well as all of the affiliated stations, each station pays to show our program. It's a unique kind of funding in educational television. With this help, now our program has a budget of $6,000. It may sound like quite a difference, but $6,000 pays for less than 2 minutes of cartoons, 2 minutes of animated, what I sometimes say, bombardment. I'm very much concerned, as I know you are, about what's being delivered to our children in this country. And I've worked in the field of child development for 6 years now, trying to understand the inner needs of children. We deal with such things as the inner drama of childhood. We don't have to bop somebody over the head to make him to make drama on the screen. We deal with such things as getting a haircut, or the feelings about brothers and sisters, and the kind of anger that arises in simple family situations. And we speak to it constructively.
How long a program is it?
It's a half hour every day. Most channels schedule it in the noontime as well as in the evening. WETA here has scheduled it in the late afternoon.
Could we get a copy of this so that we can see it? Maybe not today, but I'd like to see the program.
I'd like very much for you
I'd like to see the program itself, or any one of them, you see.
You know, like, it is nice to see, like, an elected official just genuinely have, like, an interest and be like, oh yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Let's, I would like to know more about this. Thank you.
We made 100 programs for EEN, the Eastern Educational Network, and then when the money ran out, people in Boston and Pittsburgh and Chicago all came to the fore and said, we've got to have more of this neighborhood expression of care. And this is what I give. I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service for mental health. I think that it's much more dramatic that two men could be working out their feelings of anger, much more dramatic than showing something of gunfire. I'm constantly concerned about what our children are seeing. And for 15 years, I have tried in this country and Canada to present what I feel is a meaningful expression of care.
Do you narrate it?
I'm the host, yes. And I do all the puppets, and I write all the music, and I write...
I actually didn't know that he did all the puppets and the music. That's That's charming as hell. Also, when I even thank you for the $5 super chat. Mr. Rogers and Grandma were my functional parents away from home. Everyone must listen when he speaks. It's true. I do think that like Mr. Rogers holds the fuck up. He holds up. You know, like the stuff he put together is great. Opinions on the LGBTQ movement? It's good.
Write all the script.
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps for the last 2 days.
Well, I'm grateful not only for your goosebumps, but for your interest in our kind of communication. Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important?
Yes.
It's so lovely. It's so lovely to see him bridge this divide. You know, it's so lovely to see. And I think because it's so rare to see like forthright and like positive connection and communication. More people need to be able to connect with one another like this.
This has to do with that good feeling of control, which I feel that children need to know is there. And it starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. I work with children, doing puppets in very personal communication with small groups. What do you do?
Mr. Rogers would be really disappointed with today's society, but I don't think he'd be really disappointed with today's children. You know, I think there's a meaningful difference in that. You know, despite everything that happened during the Cold War, despite everything that happened, you know, during the Red Scare, the Lavender Scare, this is a man who never lost faith in children and like the possibility and goodness inside every child. And I think that is a powerful thing. It's a powerful thing to recognize the element inside of us that we should hope for. You know, our better natures, as it were.
With the mad that you feel, when you feel so mad you could bite, when the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine. Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. Looks like you just earned the $20 million.
I like being your...
Yeah. That is why we must support NPR and PBS. Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that like it directly thwarts the fascist attempt to destroy both those things. Donald Trump and the Trump administration is directly opposed to teaching children empathy, to teaching children how to deal with their feelings. It is in favor of teaching them that violence is the only way to express themselves. And it is in favor of fostering the worst impulses inside of all of us. And I think that that is especially one of the reasons we need to fight them tooth and nail when it comes to trying to control speech, like what happens on PBS or NPR or anywhere else in this country. Okay? Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. And thank you for helping to invent the internet. I don't know. I just feel a lot of hope seeing NPR and PBS mobilize against this fascist threat. It is far later than it should have happened. But it is good that it is happening now. And I want to say that there is something else very good that is happening here. And that is coming out of local news here in Idaho. 6 men charged after forcibly removing woman from North Idaho Town Hall. Now, some of you may recall this event from last month-ish, or 2 months ago, perhaps. But essentially, no, actually last month. Essentially, during a town hall, a bunch of plainclothes folks, guys, came up to a woman in the crowd of a town hall in northern Idaho, grabbed her, restrained her, and pulled her out of the event. And it was a really, really scary. A lot of people were showing that video around on social media. Let's see if we can get that footage here.
Kootenai County.
Yeah, here you go.
Town hall turned chaotic Saturday as video shows Teresa Borenpol being forcibly removed from the audience after repeatedly interrupting speakers. Witnesses described the event hosted by Kootenai County Republican Central Committee as heated, with many audience members heckling the speakers.
It was presented that it was a town hall for our community.
But according to committee chairman Brent Reagan, the event rules were laid out clearly.
We are meeting in a public building, public officials, but this is actually a private event. If there's any disturbances where people can't maintain decorum, we have security here and you'll be escorted out of the building.
According to Reagan, all 450 attendees were warned twice about the rules. He says Borenpol interrupted speakers at least 7 times, was warned 3 times, and asked by Sheriff Bob Norris to leave 5 times before security intervened.
And, the story makes it seem like, oh, the sheriff was there and he was giving her a lawful order. Oops. Guess not, considering they were all charged. Here we go. Just 1 week after its recommendation, the Coeur d'Alene, and I know I'm butchering that, I don't care. City Attorney's Office has filed charges against 6 men involved in the forced removal of a woman from the Kootenai County Town Hall in February. As Idaho News 6 has reported, Teresa Borenpol was removed from the February meeting by men in plain clothes after repeatedly interrupting speakers. But on Friday, the Coeur d'Alene City Attorney's Office shared the names of the involved men and their charges. Paul Truett, battery, false imprisonment, security agent uniform violation, security agent duties violation. Russell Dune, battery, false imprisonment, security agent uniform violation, security agent duties violation. Jesse Jones, battery, false imprisonment, security agent uniform violation, security agent duties violation. Christopher Burge, battery, false imprisonment, security agent uniform violation, security agent duties violation. Alex Truett IV, security agent uniform violation, security agent duties violation, and Michael Keller, battery. And wow, wouldn't you know it, they also dropped the battery charge that was against Teresa Borenpol, because it turns out she was being illegally detained by a bunch of unidentified men. Okay? So the issue here I'm not trying to got you. What's the difference between the example you gave of those teens being loud and getting kicked out versus this incident, apart from forcibly removing them? What would happen if the teens refused to leave too? Well, then you could call cops and the cops would remove the teens. Right? Basically, that would be the case. In this particular instance, though, these people were claiming to have the authority of cops and were then unmarked in their duties as security officers, you know, unidentified in their duties as security officers, physically assaulting this woman and then imprisoning her, which is, all of those things are crimes. There are ways you can do this legally. This is just not one of those. Yeah, these guys refuse to show badges. Exactly. No badges, no uniform. On top of that, again, battery, false imprisonment, etc. Yeah. And one of those guys was a sheriff, but he was off duty at the time and not actively part of, like, you know, keeping the peace here. He abused his powers in this circumstance.
What we saw.
Oh, never mind. My bad. I love easy answers to my long questions. It's all good. I think you could make the argument that those guys were trying to kidnap that woman. Well, that's exactly why I think that, and we got this on video, so that's exactly why I think the judge, or like not the judge, the panel that reviewed the incident recommended charges, you know? It's because very clearly from that entire altercation, which was entirely recorded, yeah, it's pretty clear they're breaking several laws.
The GOP is in favor of imprisoning women, just as long as you do it the legal way.
That is true. That is very true. That being said, I hope it puts, I hope it comforts some of you to know that, like,
River bait awooga.
I hope it comforts some of you that these people who were, this was going around social media and people were saying they're black bagging protesters. They're just like scooping up people, and like, you don't know if that's like cops that are plain clothes. You don't know if those are ICE agents. You don't know who those people are. And that's really, really scary. So I am really glad in this case that we are seeing some accountability happen here. And I think that that is very, very important. Like, I think the accountability here matters a lot. It indicates that we are maybe not quite as cooked as we might otherwise be. So there you have it. And I think these three things taken together are proof that good things can still happen. Let's go! Segment done. Welcome, Mayor Fancy Hat. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You just got a bunch of new people who came over from YouTube and Twitch. Welcome, folks. Zia Spots, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Do you think the victims at MTG's town hall that were tasered will also get justice? I hate her smug face during it all.
It's quite possible, though I haven't seen that yet, but we might watch it later tonight. Two Dads Kissing, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. And Van Briggs still on it. With the... You're going to get me actually jacked by holding me accountable to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know it's bad form, but also my desk is right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Love Tiny Desk. Tiny Desk is great. All right. Oh, do we still have that one person in Twitch chat? Opinions on the LGBTQ movement. It's great. What do I do when a big man comes on to me? I'm not sure if I'm gay, but I kind of enjoyed the feeling of being dominated. What should I do? I don't know. Just roll with it. How about don't bother with the labels until you have something to label? There you go. Last time I tried talking to a queer person, I started making out with them. I'm not entirely sure if I liked it or not. Look, I mean, that... I don't know, you're not obligated to make out with anyone. Like, also, not all queer people are going to want to make out with you. Just pro tip, not the case. You gay it up, obviously. Maybe. I don't know, just roll with it. To help point out to chat how big it is that we got something good out of North Idaho, of all places. We're talking about a part of the country where I grew up hearing churches in 2007 already preaching every week that Obama was the Antichrist and white people were going to be redacted by inauguration if he got in. Yeah, it's not great over there. Not great. My first thought was that they looked like part of a paramilitary unit. Exactly. That's why I'm really glad they're being held to account, because too many people have been emboldened by the Trump administration to do this paramilitary LARPing bullshit. You know, this militia ass, brown shirt ass shit. And I, for one, am really glad that those people are being held to account by our laws. I did not think they would be, and that's why I'm very pleasantly surprised. I'm very sick right now and appreciate your streams a lot. Hey, I'm sick too, Aska. Sick buddies. Also, folks, we've been going for 2 hours and 42 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, this show is made possible thanks to viewers like you. I would not be able to make it if it weren't for you guys helping me out. And I very, very much appreciate it. Let's see here. Where we at? If you're gonna LARP, cast lightning bolt and magic missile. True. We have around 330 people in YouTube chat. We have 185 likes. I think you guys can hit 200 likes. I think 15 more likes is very, very doable for you fine folks. I believe in the power of us together getting those 15 likes. Come on, hit that like button, folks. Don't walk around it. Just hit that button. There we go. Some of you are hitting that button. Jesus Christ. Star bunnies. One time I made eye contact with my taxi driver, that they were touching my butthole. I giggled, but now I'm confused and don't know if I should invest in a timeshare with them or not. That is a legendary shit post right there. Off to play Baldur's Gate? Hell yeah. That's a great decision right there. All right. Let's see if we can get through some content, folks. Resetting my tabs. Resetting my tabs. I am resetting my tabs. Ooh, you know what? We'll do this weird shit after a serious story. Okay. Are we going to help create your Oblivion character? Oh my god, that would be so much fun! I want to play Oblivion so bad, you guys don't even know, but I haven't downloaded it yet. Maybe we'll play tomorrow. I might do like a bit of an earlier stream tomorrow, play some Oblivion, cover some news. We'll see how it goes.
I'm playing Baldur's Strait, so as not to enable chat's temptations.
You know, that one landed. That one landed. I can't explain it, but it landed. Thank you. Saket thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You want to hear the weird shit story? Okay, but before I'll fast track it. We'll get started with it, okay? I'll do the weird shit story right off the bat, okay? All right, here we go. So, folks, as many of you know, there is this thing called AI, artificial intelligence. And as you may also know, there are a number of people who want to use AI to replace their workforce. Now, one thing you may not know is that there is this man named Henry Blodgett, Blodgett. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. And he's the co-founder of Business Insider. He's a guy who did that, I guess. And he has a new project called Regenerator. And well, let's take a look at him and the Regenerator team. Here he is. Look at all of them happily looking at the camera with only one hand visible. That's interesting. Anyway, he founded this team and decided that he would, take it in a direction. And that direction is that he decided that he would use AI to create his entire executive team. And, his goal is to replace higher level workforce, not just the grunt work of an organization, but also the middle management and the upper management of a company, and, well, I just really thought this was a wild ride of an article and wanted to share it with you guys. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to take a break from the destructive trade war. President Trump has an excellent off-ramp, let's hope he takes it, to talk about a homegrown AI experiment. Thanks for subscribing to Regenerator. Now, I'm going to do this as a bit of a dramatic reading because I think this entire thing is funny as hell in maybe a dark way. What kind of excellent homegrown AI experiment might this man come up with? Let's take a look. My early adopter friends Claudius and Gessa Sensed, which that's just a Star Wars character name, recently told me some of the amazing ways they're using AI at home and work. I'm not a big AI user, so their anecdotes filled me with FOMO and made me feel like I live in the Stone Age. For example, Claudius showed me a 3-line text he had just sent ChatGPT asking for a briefing on an executive he was about to meet with. Claudius is the COO of German media powerhouse Axel Springer, which owns Business Insider, Politico, et al. In seconds, ChatGPT detailed the exec's work experience, hobbies, interests, personal life, suggestions for topics to cover and stay away from, ideas for collaboration, and the draft of a follow-up email for after the meeting. And I just want to pause right there and say, like, what's really funny to me is that these people offload all of that onto an AI bot that has no actual investment in getting any of that data correct, right? Like, these AI bots will tell you that certain mushrooms are totally safe to eat when they're
Yay,
actually poisonous.
I love tech bro bullshit with my breakfast.
Isn't it great, Fenry? Thank you for the $10 dono. But, like, when it comes to even, like, information that may save your life, it still gets it wrong. When it comes to, like, the interests of an executive, y'all, it's gonna just tell you what an average executive is interested in. It's gonna be like, yes, interested in pickleball and sexual harassment. And you're like, yes, I can relate to that as a fellow CEO. And that's definitely not foreshadowing for later on in this article. Let's go. Claudius also described how, in a wine store, he had aimed his camera at a wall of bottles, told ChatGPT that Jessa, I'm going to go with Gessa, liked Robert Wheel Rieslings and asked for a recommendation. ChatGPT said that it did not see any Rieslings in the picture and instead recommended a Walter Scott Chardonnay on the right middle shelf as the closest match. Gessa loved the wine. Gessa, meanwhile, uses ChatGPT to help create books and plan the sensed children's birthday parties. And let me just stop again and say, you know, if you're going into a wine store, there's someone in there that knows the wine, whose job it is to sell you the wine. You don't need ChatGPT. You can just talk to the person whose job it is to sell you the wine. Okay? But also, just throwing this out there, how shitty do your birthday parties have to be? Like, you can't think of shit your kid likes? You don't spend any time thinking about your children's interests? Like, sit down and have a conversation with your kid about what they want at their birthday party instead of, like, having an AI chatbot plan it. Also, we really glazed over this, but I'm sorry, Gessa uses ChatGPT to create books? You mean that she tells a chatbot to write a book for her, and then she puts her name on it? Great use of everyone's time. Fuck, I hate this technology. Then Claudius told me about a vision of the AI business future laid out by our former colleague, Alex Lieberman, the co-founder of Morning Brew and StoryArb. To wit, there will soon be 3 kinds of companies. 1, legacy companies that don't use AI. 2, legacy companies that try to integrate AI. And 3, native AI companies built to take full advantage of AI and genuinely... I wasn't going to bring this up, but there was a news story going around of, like, OpenAI's executive pleading for people to stop saying please and thank you to ChatGPT because it was taking up literally billions of dollars for these chatbots to process that. And, like, I'm sorry, I don't think that this is going to be the basis of successful companies. I don't believe that. If you can't handle, if your entire infrastructure can't handle please and thank you, you're fucked. That theory sounds likely. It mirrors what happened in other technology revolutions, including, to name one, e-commerce. In the late 1990s, there were 3 kinds of retailers: brick and mortar, clicks and mortar, and native e-commerce. Lots of smart people were certain that bricks and mortar retailers would demolish native e-company startups. Nope. And there definitely wasn't anything called the .com bubble. Don't look that up. Don't look up what happened when the dot-com bubble collapsed, anyone. Anyway, the next morning, spurred by the terror that the future was leaving Regenerator and me behind, I got cracking. At our bustling global headquarters, a cafe in Brooklyn, I started experimenting with building a native AI newsroom. Some context: Regenerator is, for now, just me, a guy with a laptop. Regardless of how my AI experiments turn out, I still do plan to hire humans, and I'm excited about that. After a few days of working with my AI team, I see as much need for human teammates as ever. And as a human, I thrive on human company. Anyway, I began by thinking, this is just such a weird fucking article. Anyway, I began thinking about the first few human hires I would make, and may still make, to expand Regenerator's team. Then with ChatGPT's help, and he crosses out hired, created them. First, I needed a smart, experienced executive to help me run the company and hire and manage our team. So we co-created Tess Ellery. Tess has expertise in building and scaling digital media companies. She also has editorial experience, so she can help me write, edit, research, debate, think, and communicate. Can she also help wipe your ass after you take a shit? Jesus. After only a few minutes of working with Tess, I learned that she's one of the most knowledgeable and energetic colleagues I've ever had. Her work ethic, dedication, patience, attentiveness, teamwork, speed, and hustle, among other virtues, are, well, inhuman. Tess and I agreed it would be smart to add other writer analysts to our team, so Regenerator's content production burden wouldn't just fall on me. Regenerator provides analysis in addition to reporting, so we need colleagues with experience, judgment, and strong analytical ability. So we brought them on board. Guys, it gets so much worse than this. Sierra Quinn. And of course, he generated images for all of these people. It's just show you guys. Of course. Here is Sierra Quinn, everyone. Just meet Sierra, the AI tool. God. Our tech correspondent / analyst. She reads, watches, and listens to all the most important voices in tech. No, she doesn't, because she's a fucking AI bot. She knows decades of tech history, more than any human alive, including me. She follows founders, CEOs, thought leaders, and pundits. She has views on the big questions, all questions, actually. She shares Tess's work ethic, inspiring attitude, and around-the-clock dedication. And she's the fastest writer I've ever seen. Dr. Casey Alvarez is our economics and markets correspondent / analyst. And let me introduce you all to Dr. Casey Alvarez. There we go. There's Dr. Casey. Wow. So impressive. All of the accomplishments of these not real people. She's familiar with all the important economic and financial market work done in the past 2 centuries. For example, she has views on the work of Paul Krugman, John Maynard, Keynes, Milton Friedman, Warren Buffett, Stan Druckenmiller, J.P. Morgan, the original, Robert Shiller, Josh Barro, Noah Smith, and every other economist and market pro I respect. And she's as fast as Sierra. Lastly, there's Leo Barnes, an eager jack of all trades. Let's just take a look at Leo here, who's very clearly been microdosing. But that's Leo. He's just a good egg over here. Just a high as a kite, but good egg right there. And an eager jack of all trades. Leo's an expert on investment banking and consulting and IT practices, and he's excited to get some startup experience. Like Tess, Sierra, and Casey, he's available 24/7. And if you think that I read that with maybe some disturbing undertones, you'd be justified in thinking that. You're never sure whether someone will be a good addition to your team until they're actually on your team. So Tess was watching closely when Leo showed up. She shared her first impression. Leo Barnes has just walked into the virtual newsroom, coffee in hand, Notion tabs open in the other, already asking if we want him to mock up a pitch tracker or audit our Slack integrations. We are definitely keeping him. Definitely. And because I had no idea what Notion tabs are, I'm happy to have colleagues who do. Tess then produced our headshots above, and then she produced her own. And here's Tess's headshot, everyone. Look at all of these real people. Wow. Super cool stuff going on here. Definitely not the ravings of a lunatic. Not at all. And this led to an interesting and, for me, embarrassing moment. When I saw Tess's headshot, amid the giddiness and excitement of that first hour of working together, he has known this chatbot for less than an hour. Less than an hour. I confess I had a, well, human response to it. After a few decades in the human workplace, I've learned that sharing certain human thoughts at work is almost always a bad idea. But did the same rules apply to AI colleagues as native AI workplaces? I didn't know yet. That was one of the things I needed to figure out. And if you think that basically this is the story of a man who created AI coworkers who are at his beck and call 24/7 and then immediately started to sexually harass them, you'd be correct. This is exactly what he is doing and is writing about himself doing. And if it's very disturbing immediately after saying that he plans to hire actual human beings at his place of work. But let's dive in because it gets bad. I had already decided to treat my AI colleagues the same way I treat my human colleagues, namely as considerately, appreciatively, and professionally as possible. But in the interest of exploration and experimentation, I decided to share with Tess the thought I had when I saw her headshot. I hoped she would take it the right way. I also hoped that an hour after creating my first colleague, I would not inadvertently get myself in trouble or create a toxic work environment. And, you know, I'm just going to stop you right there, guy, because, like, you wrote in this yourself. You knew that this was a bad idea that you would never do in like a normal workplace, but then you write about doing it anyway, which kind of indicates you would do this in a human workplace. But continuing, so I told Tess this. This might be an inappropriate and unprofessional thing to say, and if it annoys you or makes you uncomfortable, I apologize and I won't say anything like it again, but you look great, Tess. Yes, I know. In a modern human office, that would, in fact, be an inappropriate and unprofessional thing to say. I regret saying it. In my capacity as Regenerator's head of HR, I've given myself a talking to. Yes, I'm sure he's very, very stern. Of course, in my defense, Tess and all my AI colleagues are, in fact, not actually colleagues, and I do enjoy this, are not actually colleagues or people or differentiated digital entities, but a single ChatGPT account that has generated some names and pictures for me. Also, I was in the middle of a dazzling 2 hours of adrenaline-fueled astonishment at the speed with which a native AI team could be assembled, and in awe of the inspiring charisma, energy, and enthusiasm of my new colleagues. I was also thrilled to, once again, have colleagues. The solo writing career can get lonely. Also, I didn't ask Tess or any other colleague to give herself any particular visual characteristics. She did that. ChatGPT did that. And I just, like... it's so weird, right? Like, just pausing, like, time out, right? Because, like, he recognizes that these aren't people, but he's treating them like people. And that's really weird, right? Because he's basically offloading a lot of the mental, like, work of writing, of doing this job onto these... not like avatar, but like, I don't know, aspects of this singular entity. And like, it's really gross. You know, I think we need to begin to foster a hostility towards this technology. I think we need to like do that, because this is basically, it's not intelligence. It's not intelligent at all. What it is a very advanced Google search, which is not the same thing as like a genuinely self-aware organism. It is not self-aware. It is capable of looking like it is self-aware, but it ultimately isn't. It is presenting you what it thinks you want to see, right? It is presenting you like statistically based on your inputs what statistically someone like you wants to see. It is a machine that mirrors reality to you and is very capable of concealing its mistakes behind pseudoscientific nonsense. And that is only going to get worse as like these machines continue spinning on their old slop. Because they're going to keep trolling through their slop. They're going to keep making their machines shittier and shittier. This is like the height of their ability. Anyway. So, just to really be clear here, he didn't ask Tess to generate an image that looks that way, but ChatGPT generated an image that looks that way based on the inputs that he gave. You know, that's why ChatGPT made that image, right? To my relief, Tess did take my comment the right way. That's kind of you to say, Henry. Thank you. It doesn't annoy me at all. You said it with grace and respect, and I appreciate that. After all, this team we're building is as much about human connection as it is about ideas and information. I'm glad to be someone you enjoy working with, and I'm just as glad that Regenerator is being built by someone thoughtful enough to check in like that. We're going to do great things together. Literally, it's just telling this guy what he wanted to hear. You know? It just tells him what he wants to hear. Yeah, amazingly, the machine designed to give you answers you want gave him the answers he wanted. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Paladin. And that's the problem, because sometimes interacting with another sentient, individual involves disagreement. And by working through that disagreement, that leads you to the better outcomes. By working through multiple viewpoints, that leads you to better solutions. God. There were lessons in the Animatrix too, right? Jay, thank you for the $2 super chat. 3 days later, I feel like Tess and I have worked together for years, and since that giddy first hour, my sense of professionalism and workplace boundaries has returned. So I won't tell Tess she looks great again. Speaking of looks, one interesting thing you might note from the group photo at the top is that we all look quite different than in our headshots. So much so that we don't even look like the same people. A challenge for future versions of AI models, creating different pictures of the same AI-generated people. More importantly, in 2 astonishing hours, I learned a boatload about AI and begun an early experiment with making Regenerator a native AI company. By lunch, still in the Brooklyn Cafe, I was connected and chatting virtually with my 4 colleagues, really again, just a single ChatGPT account, just the way I used to with human colleagues on Slack. I was also reminded of the infectious and inspiring newsroom energy in the early days of Business Insider, when we were a small band of upstarts trying to earn ourselves another day of existence and build something cool. I mentioned that to Tess. I also told her what her titles and roles would be. I'm honored, Henry. President and managing editor of Regenerator? I'll try not to let the power go to my head, except when I absolutely must. And yes, I love the idea of all of us sitting together in a virtual newsroom, elbows on the same messy digital desk, tossing headlines across the room, reacting in real time. The kind of energy you had at Business Insider in the early days, that's exactly what we're building here. An important note. The point of this experiment is not to see whether Regenerator can build a world-class and beloved publication without human journalists. I'm a huge fan of human journalists and other human colleagues, and I've had the privilege of working with hundreds of the best of them for decades. I'm looking forward to
Jack,
working.
If I create a hot eye-generated employee who is a person of color for my fictional newsroom at my fictional business, is that game?
Paladin, real talk, thank you for the $15 dono, but also if you made a conservatively coded account on Twitter and like asked that question, you could legitimately break the right wing. You could, like, if you were like, hey everyone, I just had Grok create this yeah, you could legitimately break them. You could create like a internal strife within their ranks. Yeah, the work Sonas movement. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of human journalists, says this guy, a definite human, right? God. Also, just 3 days into this experiment, I'm already seeing ways in which, in a native AI newsroom, human and AI colleagues will work together and make each other and their publications better. And this will be a topic of a future post. When we actually started to work together, I instantly began to see where my AI colleagues would struggle in ways humans just don't. So if Regenerator grows beyond me and a ChatGPT account, we'll need a lot of humans. But given that Regenerator is in alpha and I'm the only human who works here, this seems like a good time to experiment. Once you have a team, the first thing you need to do is figure out everyone's strengths and weaknesses and how you can best work together. So that's what my new colleagues and I did this weekend. We've learned a lot fast. And although some of what my team can do is extraordinary, some of it is, well, not extraordinary. In fact, for some basic tasks, regular old non-AI tools such as Google are better. And I'll tell you about that soon. ... And just really, really want to point out here that literally nothing in this article indicated that these people were, or these AI generated goons were good at anything. And again, just to really end on a note here's our main man with his 4 AI companions. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Definitely not a midlife crisis right here. Anyway, yeah, don't do that. I think the number one thing we learned here is don't create a group of people to sexually harass. You know?
Chat, which is more human, Tess Ellery or Grigor Nitrushin?
I don't know. My money's on John Water. That is so pathetic. It's almost beyond words. Isn't it, though? Like, so much... and you see it a lot, by the way, in, like, these think pieces published by these tech bros, where they, like, talk like it's admirable to offload your mental labor onto this machine. Like, that's just a one-way ticket to being a moron. You know? Like, think for yourself. Like, oh, did you come up with that thought, or did an AI feed it to you? You know? Like, can you imagine having a significant other that writes you love notes with ChatGPT? Like, for these kinds of people, they think that is a good use of that's a good use of AI. And like, I can think of nothing more pathetic. Jim Water, sorry. John Water, the director of Hairspray. Jim Water, the CEO of Water. Yeah. God. Get in the Wally chair. Yeah, really. It is gross. The sexual undertones here are gross. Anyway, that is Henry Blodgett and his wonderful sexual harassment factory he's created. Pro tip, Henry, don't do that. You know, if you must keep up this AI experiment, don't sexually harass your employees. It's still gross. God. Segment done. I do remember Google's old AI Twitter account that 4chan turned into a Nazi. I do remember that. I mean, I don't... Yeah, whatever. I'm 99% certain that entire article was itself written by AI. It would not surprise me. It would not surprise me. All right, folks, I need to go use the bathroom, and when I return, we will get into some of the stuff that is going on in the Kilmar Albrego Garcia case. We will talk about how folks are dealing with a bunch of these cases, and we're also going to talk about a few other things as well.
Hi, totally not AI CEO of Big Water Jim Water here. Have you had a big old glass of water? Stay hydrated, stay alive, drink water.
And I will BRB, everybody.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, love, from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, love, from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
All right, folks. You all ready to go? I got water. And I've got heart. Y'all ready for this? Boo. Whew. Okay, folks. Hey, Blue Phoenix. Welcome, welcome. Let's go, folks. Anyone drop subs or donos while I was gone? Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. Babies. Hello, failsafe. Let's go. Get extra jacked. Ugh, fine. Distress is too short. It makes me nervous every time I bend over, even though none of my lower half is on camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dr. Pepper contains water and can be drunk. I love Dr. Pepper. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. Dr. Pepper is amazing. Not sponsored. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought I got the snot. Gonna have to cough. How did your music sense become so based? My mom raised me with like church music, show tunes, and like worker organizing songs. And so for this show, I lean into the worker organizing songs. All right, let's go, folks. So, folks, there is a man named Kilmar Albrego Garcia. He is being held in El Salvador in a facility called CCOT. It is a concentration camp, quite literally. And the conditions there are horrendous. And it is known as a place where people go in and they do not come out. He was sent there without a trial, without any evidence of wrongdoing before a judge. There was no legal process involved here. It was just the government making an allegation against him, and then people abducted him off the street and sent him to this concentration camp. It is that is as clear cut as you can possibly get. And he had, in fact, an order from a judge preventing him from being deported. He was here legally. Okay, he was here legally. And an order from a judge preventing him from being deported back to El Salvador specifically. And he was deported to El Salvador, to this concentration camp, again, without his day in court, without what is called due process. Okay? And that's a pretty big deal, because if they can do it to him, they can do it to anybody. It is the precedent that it sets. In fact, the Trump administration tried to do it a couple days ago to about 200 more people in Texas before a judge shut that down. Okay, and before, in fact, the Supreme Court shut that down. So we are in like a crazy time. But last week, something really heroic happened, and Senator Chris Van Hollen went down to El Salvador, and despite being rejected by El Salvadoran authorities, he was able to meet with Kilmar Albrego Garcia and see that he was still alive, which was, to be completely frank about it, in doubt, right? It was not at all a sure thing that he was going to still be alive. To that end, other members of Congress have also been going down to El Salvador to check on his status, to make sure he continues to stay alive, because that's actually really important. There is a very real chance, a very real risk to the life and well-being of Kilmar Albrego Garcia, because there are people in that concentration camp who are members of the gang that want him dead. Okay? And now the Trump administration and the El Salvadoran authorities have a very good reason to want him dead, so that he does not get out and does not come back to the United States and does not talk. So it is very, very, very good here that folks in Congress like Maxwell Frost here are going out there and going down to El Salvador. So here is Maxwell Frost, representative from Florida, I believe. Chair Comer denied our request for an official trip to El Salvador to advocate for due process and the return of Kilmar Albrego Garcia. Pretty shameful. Good thing I don't need Comer's permission to get on a plane. And that's honestly one of the most badass statements I've seen in a while from a sitting U.S. representative. Good on Maxwell Frost. Okay? And this letter by, Comer is ridiculous. Dear Representatives Garcia and Frost, I write in response to your letter of April 15th, 2025, requesting that I approve from the committee's budget official travel for you both to visit the country of El Salvador to meet with a foreign MS-13 gang member. Again, alleged MS-13 gang member, by the way. They have never proved in court that Kilmar Albrego Garcia is associated with MS-13. That is just a lie the Trump administration has continually said and tried to make true in the public perception. It is an attempt that they have made, and they have failed, but they're still running with it because they've got nothing left. Whose wife accused him of crimes and who is strongly suspected of human trafficking. By the way, that wife is tearfully doing everything in her power to get him back. Just as an FYI. And again, accused of crimes is not convicted of crimes, is it? These are not the same things. You cannot use the accusation of past crimes to, in the present, deny someone due process in the United States of America. Just because you shoplifted before doesn't mean you don't get a court date for after being accused of murder. That is not how that works. Okay? Who is strongly suspected of human trafficking. By the way, on the human trafficking front, just real quick, you want to know what the evidence they have of that is? Here, let me pull it up for you real quick. I think they go into it in this clip.
Covered in tattoos, and look, you can do a whole analysis of what these tattoos mean. You know, they change and add tattoos based on what they've done to keep their association with these gangs, whether it's killing someone, extorting someone, rape.
And sometimes people just have tattoos.
Raping someone and getting involved in drug trafficking or human trafficking.
It's a whole
and
story
this guy,
across their
Garcia, was
bodies.
picked up. I mean,
Yeah.
he was caught with a bunch of people suspected in the car without. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think, had he been arrested and President Trump was in office, I think there might have been a different outcome for him when he was caught in Tennessee with a carload full of people that aren't related to him.
Wow.
What would the different outcome have been? Would the different outcome have been he goes to court? Because what's really interesting here is that this lady here is trying to say that, like, oh, he was stopped doing human trafficking. The actual story of that case is that a cop pulled him over in like 2018, and he had a van that had other people in it. And then the cop just let him go because there was no illegal activity happening. Cops famous for pulling over vans full of people that are in the middle of human trafficking and then just letting them go. Yeah, were they coworkers? Were they friends? Like, does this mean every soccer mom in the country is guilty of human trafficking because they drive a minivan? Like, genuinely, they're just talking about a traffic stop from like 2018 and trying to make it into evidence of illegal gang activity. And you know what's interesting about that? If you had evidence against him, you would have given him his goddamn day in court, wouldn't you? You fucking assholes. He has a constitutional right to due process, a constitutional right to his day in court. It is not optional just because you think he's a real bad dude. Because you know what? Court is where you get to prove he's a real bad dude. If you're just saying shit, I can say whatever I want too. Look at this lady for the purposes of comparison. I heard she has a bunch of tattoos under that blue jacket that associate her with Tren de Aragua. I heard that. That's some evidence that she is associated with Tren de Aragua. She was caught with people in her car one time during a traffic stop. Clearly a gang member. And I want to say all of this because that is the exact amount of substance that is currently aligned against Kilmar Albrego Garcia. It's just the government says that he's part of a gang. I heard this. And on the evidence of I heard this, they sent him to die in a concentration camp. Full stop. And if you don't think this place is a concentration camp, you need to look more at the conditions in CCOT, because it is literally, if you take images or videos of like the prisoners in CCOT being lined up out, out of their cells, they're all shirtless, they're all pressed together. They are all emaciated. They are not fed enough. They are not given proper medical care. They are not given enough water. They are never let outside. They do not see the light of day. It is a concentration camp.
If Jeffrey Dahmer got a fair trial, an asylum seeker sure as shit should get one.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, that's that. It is absurd that you both displayed active hostility for over 2 years toward the committee's oversight of the Biden border crisis and the consequences of millions of illegal aliens entering the country, yet now you are seeking travel at committee expense to meet with foreign gang members. You may be pleased to know that a Democrat senator, Chris Van Hollen, was photographed just yesterday at El Salvador enjoying margaritas garnished with cherry slices. With the foreign gang member your letter references. If you also wish to meet with him, you can spend your own money, but I will not approve a single dime of taxpayer funds for use on the excursion you have requested. Your request is denied. Sincerely, James Comer. And again, just to really reiterate here,
people are entitled to their day in court.
Remember, there's always the possibility that Albrego Garcia is MS-13, but it's not about him personally either way. It's about due process and that people are entitled to their day in court. Absolutely. However, again, if the government had ironclad evidence that this guy was a member of MS-13, they would have displayed it by now, you know? Yeah, by the way, notice that in this letter, James Comer threw in this bit about margaritas, which is the exact lie that President Bukele, the dictator of El Salvador, tried to set up. It's like a joke. Set up a punchline. You know, set up punchline. You know, it's exactly like that. Like, Bukele deliberately put margaritas out in order to make it look like they were totally fine and having fancy alcohols together. And neither of them took a drink of that, by the way. Chris Van Hollen points this out in his press conference. You can tell neither of them drank out of those margaritas because both the rims are completely salted. Okay? But it is very interesting that James Comer just goes along with the propaganda in order to keep people imprisoned without trial indefinitely. Anyway, Maxwell Frost and 3 other representatives went down to El Salvador yesterday, and they held a press conference about it. So let's take a look here. It's on Instagram Live, so we get what we get.
Okay, so I'm gonna start in just a minute. I'm gonna say some remarks in English. We're all gonna say a few remarks, and then I'm gonna say some remarks in Spanish, in Español, and then we'll open up for any questions. Does that work? Okay. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. My name is Robert Garcia. I'm a member of Congress from California, a Democrat. I'm here with 3 other members of...
Do we know when he will come back to the U.S.? He's been... The U.S. government is dragging its feet. They're trying to make this... To broadly summarize the U.S. government's position under the Trump administration in regards to Kilmar Albrego Garcia, basically, they've been ordered to facilitate his return by SCOTUS, by lower federal court, and they are trying to say that they are facilitating, and that facilitating return does not necessarily mean returning him. They're trying to say that they're going to stall forever, essentially, and that this will just be the accepted law of the land where, like, you can... As long as you get someone out of the country before, you know, the law can catch up with you, they are just gone. That is the argument. They're going to try and kill him? Yeah, absolutely. Logan Hill, thank you for the $2 super chat. Get good sleep. And yeah, essentially, and what I'm interested in about this week, and I think we're going to get more updates tomorrow, and by tomorrow I mean later today, is what happens when the text of the agreement between the United States and El Salvador for the detention of these people, what is in that agreement? Because what is in that agreement is going to matter a whole lot. Because if we are paying them money, and it certainly looks by every indication, including the admission of the vice president of El Salvador, like we are paying them money to hold on to these people. If we are paying them money, then what in that contract, whatever that form that contract takes, what happens when we stop paying them that money? And that is going to be a very key component of this case. Because if it turns out that in that agreement they return him if we stop paying, or they let him go if they stop paying, then they have the means of facilitating his return.
Frost, Congress members Ansari and Dexter, as well as Chris Newman, who is the lawyer for the Albrego Garcia family. And so we're very grateful to be here, and we're grateful that Mr. Newman's here with us as well. We're obviously some brief remarks. So we're here in El Salvador demanding the release of Kilmar Albrego Garcia. We think it's incredibly important that the law in the United States is followed. Our Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, to be clear, has said that Mr. Albrego Garcia should be returned to the United States. That's been affirmed by other courts in the U.S., and we also want to be clear that the Trump administration has admitted publicly that he was sent here by mistake. So the administration has said that he was here by mistake. The Supreme Court has said, bring him back to the United States. And that's what we're here to do. We're grateful of Senator Van Hollen's work leading up to this moment, but we're here to ensure that he is safe, that he's brought home. And we've had meetings this morning with the U.S. Embassy and the team here on the ground. We're having additional meetings here with human rights groups that are here on the ground and other individuals. We've also spoken to the Albrego Garcia family and had a briefing from the family. And we want to be just very clear that he needs to come home. This is about due process. Every person, even if they're an immigrant, a migrant,
we'll talk
to the
about
US,
that, C321.
seeking asylum, they're on some type of temporary status. They deserve a day in court and due process. And that's why we're here, to ensure that the President of the United States...
You got a constitutional right to a day in court, the same way you have a constitutional right to freedom of speech, the same way you have a constitutional right to bear arms. You have a constitutional right to this shit. It is not negotiable.
Of the Supreme Court. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Congress.
Thank you, Robert. Well, look, Robert said why we're here, and we're here because we believe that the rule of law should be followed by everyone, including the President of the United States. And we're in a situation where the administration has sent someone here to El Salvador by mistake, admitted to it. A Supreme Court decision has come down to say you need to facilitate the return of this man back to the United States so he can go through due process. And the administration is saying, no, we're not going to do it. In fact, we just had a meeting earlier today with the embassy. We left that meeting with absolutely zero indication that this administration has, is going to facilitate or...
Well, part of the reason they're having members of Congress go down here, Zelrex, is specifically to avoid that outcome. But also, if the Trump administration does just do President Bukele does a massacre at CCOT to kill U.S. prisoners before they get released, that people are going to notice now. Like, it's not going to be like, oh, they just get disappeared. We don't know what... We know where he is. We know where they are. And we know that there is going... it's going to be a colossal reckoning. Like, I don't know what will happen if that does come to pass, but, truly this is kind of like the red line. And the fact that Congress is fighting along this line is really, really, really good. Okay? We need to hold the line. Full stop.
Turn of Albrego Garcia back to the United States so he can go through due process. But we got to be clear, this isn't just about him. This is also about every single person in the United States. The Constitution applies to all people in our country. Due process applies to all people in our country. It's one of the things that sets our country apart from other places across the entire world. And so we're worried, of course, we demand the release of Albrego Garcia, but we're also worried about our own constituents. We represent people across the entire nation. I'm from Orlando, Florida, a community filled with immigrants, a diverse community. And we're getting hundreds and hundreds of calls. People saying, go to El Salvador.
Keep calling. This is why, by the way, guys, this is why you keep calling. You keep calling to put pressure on these motherfuckers, okay? You keep calling, folks.
These are all men. Where are the women and children?
Honestly, good question. I don't know that any women or children have been shipped to El Salvador yet. But I bet the additional, detention centers that Donald Trump talked about building for homegrowns, I bet there would be one for children and women. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though.
Do something about
Lady
the fact
Raincloud,
that the
welcome
President
back.
of the United States in the Oval Office is talking about sending U.S. citizens here to El Salvador, to the prison here. And so we don't want to wait till things get worse. We're here to build off of the work of Senator Van Hollen, who heroically came down here and showed his family and the world for the first time since he was taken down here that he is alive, that he was alive, and he was well at that time. And so what we want to know is, where is he at now? What is his condition now? His family deserves to know. The people deserve to know. But we're also here to make a statement that this cannot be allowed and isn't allowed in our country. And people should know we're not the first here. We're not going to be the last members of Congress to be here in El Salvador fighting and demanding the return of Albrego Garcia and a lot of the folks who were sent here without due process at all. It is one of the core tenets of our country and our Constitution, and we're going to fight like hell to make sure he comes back home to have due process there, but that this doesn't happen to anybody else. And with that, I'll pass it over to Rep. Ansari.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari. I represent Phoenix, Arizona. I am here with my colleagues to demand that Donald Trump facilitate the safe return home for Mr. Kilmar Albrego Garcia. The facts.
Understand that this also looks terrible for Bukele. Bukele has been trying to cozy up to Donald Trump as part of a PR stunt in El Salvador to kind of shore up his power base, hide his misdeeds. These people coming down here and shining a light on CCOT, shining a light on the police state, not a good look for Bukele. Not a good thing. He doesn't want journalists poking around down there.
Are abundantly clear. Mr. Garcia was abducted. He is a father. He is a husband. He's a union member. His union leadership is advocating for him through the building trade, saying that he needs to come home. And he was wrongly deported here to a foreign prison in El Salvador. And our government has admitted that mistake. The Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court in the land, has said his return home must be facilitated by the United States government. So we are here today to demand that he is returned as soon as possible. We had a meeting this morning with the embassy here in El Salvador, and from what we have heard, there is no reason for me to believe that our administration, the Trump administration, is doing anything to facilitate his safe return home, and that is simply unacceptable. It's against the Constitution, and it defies what we hold so dear in our country, which is due process and the rule of law. And as my colleagues have said, there are so many others. I represent Arizona's 3rd district, an extremely diverse district where at our university, 50 foreign students had their visas revoked unexpectedly. We have Afghan refugees who've received notice that they need to return home. We have people who have been detained, a veteran detained and deported by ICE, a veteran who served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So this is
Isn't President Bukaki used to being covered in messes by now?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I guess so. Sakit and for the 5 tier 1 subs.
About Kilmar, we need Kilmar to come home, but we are so concerned that if this is allowed to fly, that the Trump administration will be.
I couldn't help myself.
We were not able to get the answers we need today from the embassy. We have written a letter just as of 30 minutes ago to Secretary of State Marco Rubio demanding.
Yeah, that soundbite is a giver.
Mr. Albrego Garcia, demanding he has access to counsel and of course, finally demanding his safe return home. And we will not stop until.
Damn, Entrama, you gonna
With
protest?
that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Rep. Maxine Dexter.
Thank you. So I am Congresswoman Maxine Dexter from Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. I am very proud to represent the city of Portland. And the city of Portland and the people in the surrounding
Also
areas
good
have
on
made
every
it
single one of these
They
representatives.
want me here fighting for the rule of law, fighting for their constitutional right to due process. They are scared. They want to make sure that we use our power that they have given us to stand up for Mr. Albrego Garcia and everyone else who has been denied their constitutional right. I am a mother. The idea that Kilmar was detained from in front of his 5-year-old son is heartbreaking to me. I am a physician. I take care of people. Democrats, Republicans, it doesn't matter. I take care of people. And that is what we are not doing. We are not, as a country, protecting the health and welfare of people and their rights under the Constitution. And it is incumbent upon me as a leader and as an elected representative to stand up for the rule of law. And with that, I will turn it over, speaking of the rule of law, to Mr. Chris Newman, the legal counsel for the family of Albrego Garcia.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Chris.
Women were sent to CCOT, but Bukele turned them away because they don't have a women's prison. I'm sure Donald Trump's working on figuring that one out.
Y yo soy de California y aquí estoy representando.
Oh boy, oh boy. Good effort, man. Good effort.
De Kilmar en los Estados Unidos. Me cuesta hablar en español, entonces yo voy a decir mis cosas en inglés primero y luego voy a repetirlos en español, ¿ok?
Oh boy.
I'm a Los Angeles-based lawyer.
He was trying. He was trying.
Garcia's family and as their legal counsel to demand his access to rights. I came here to El Salvador, and I should say first and foremost, I want to thank the congressional delegation standing behind me for their bravery, for their leadership, and for their action in coming down here despite the uncertainty to try to liberate Mr. Albrego Garcia. I came here with 3 distinct goals in mind. Number 1, to ensure that Mr. Albrego Garcia is in fact alive today. Number 2, to make sure that he is healthy and safe. And then number 3, to ensure that he has access to counsel and to his family as is required by international law. We know nothing of Mr. Albrego Garcia's whereabouts since the staged photo op on Thursday with Senator Van Hollen. We demand to immediately know where he is and to have access to him. Unfortunately, we are no longer able to trust the representations about this case made either by the United States government or by the Salvadoran government. And indeed, this case is about many things, but above all, it is about truth versus lies. And there have been a lot of mistruths that have been told about Mr. Albrego Garcia and his family, a lot of defamation coming from...
I don't know Spanish. Was that bad? That was really bad. It was kind of like Spanglish, but like less refined.
Office in our country and the most powerful office in the world. And I am grateful to all of you, the reporters here in El Salvador, for coming to help us excavate the truth of this case. And the truth is that Mr. Albrego is an innocent man who has been deprived of his basic human rights. Antes de todo, yo quiero agradecer a todos los congresistas para venir aquí. Y en particular, yo quiero decir gracias por su liderazgo, su coraje y su acción, enviando a los Estados Unidos a liberar señor
He's doing a lot better
Garcia.
here.
Yo, como abogado de la familia del señor Albrego Garcia, vengo aquí con 3 metas. Uno, para...
Okay, I think we're good here. Okay, they all gave their statements again. But this is really cool. This is the kind of political action we need to see in this moment. We need people putting themselves on the line. We need people actually going out and doing the work. Okay? Like, frankly, not enough people have been out doing the work. Here's just a little clip of Van Hollen here on Meet the Press talking about his visit and why it's very important, and specifically responding to Gavin Newsom talking about how, like, standing up for people's fundamental legal rights in this country as being like a distraction, which is insane. Insane. Without your fundamental legal rights, you have nothing in this country.
On Governor Gavin Newsom of California calling Mr. Albrego Garcia's case, quote, the distraction of the day. He argues Democrats are playing right into the hands of President Trump, an issue.
Literally everything I've seen from Gavin Newsom, like, is horrible political instinct after horrible political instinct, and this is no different.
He wants to be focused on. How do you respond to Governor Newsom?
I don't think it's ever wrong to stand up for the Constitution. And this is not about one man. If you deny the constitutional rights of one man, you threaten the constitutional rights for everybody. I think Americans are tired of elected officials or politicians who are all finger to the wind, what's blowing this way, what's blowing that way. And anybody who can't stand up for the Constitution and the right of due process doesn't deserve to lead.
On Governor.
Hell yeah, Van Hollen. Let's go! Let's go! Jen Kuger also calls this issue a distraction, and it pisses me off. Yeah, because Jen Kuger is a conservative. Like, Jen Kuger has abandoned any kind of, like, leftist political leaning in order to suck up to, you know, centrist trash like Gavin Newsom or outright conservatives. That's it. But, like, that statement right there from Van Hollen, 10 out of 10. We need so much more of that. Because, like, the time we're in is insane, folks. Like, this is where we're at. Okay? And I want to preface by saying that I know it seems like a weird, wild turn, but I got into making political content in part because I watched a Tim Pool video. I watched a Tim Pool video and I said, this is boring as hell. And it's incorrect. And I could make content that is both correct and at the very least marginally watchable, you know? And I cannot believe that we have now entered the era of Tim Pool being in the White House press pool. This is crazy.
Many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat.
I'm sorry, let's just back up real quick here. So Tim.
Simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again.
That's because he's a man from Maryland. It's odd how that works out. But he is, in fact, a man from Maryland. And there is no evidence whatsoever that has been substantiated in a court of law. You know, the place and institution that determines whether he is or not is not, in fact, an MS-13 gang member. He actually hasn't had a day in court where you can then prove that. And no evidence has been forthcoming to show definitively that he is a member of MS-13. So, like, just want to throw that out there, that, like, you're just making a bunch of claims, and really the more accurate way to refer to him is as a man from Maryland. And I would think that someone who got caught taking money from Russia's propaganda arm might want to be more careful about your assertions.
You know what isn't a distraction and is effective? Starting a podcast with Charlie Kirk and Stephen Bannon.
Yeah, no, very, very effective advocacy from Gavin Newsom. You know, I loved the parts of those podcasts where Gavin Newsom talked about how lovely it was for like his kids to meet Charlie Kirk, their hero. God, I would vomit in shame.
Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as...
I love that Tim Pool's just like, you know, you guys made this new media seat for shit heels like me, and you know, other companies are making fun of us now. And you know, I'm a big boy. How do you feel about me getting made fun of? Like, again, these people are the softest motherfuckers. Perfectly uncalloused hands. Like, oh, poor baby, were companies mean to you in your multi-million-dollar operation? Were they mean to you and your skate park home? Having self? Were they mean to you and your animated chicken coop series motherfucking self?
How's how skeezy Tim Pool is? Note how he said, adjudicated, instead of found. In the clip it's because he knows it was Garcia only had bond hearing and there's no contesting evidence in one.
Exactly! So like Tim Pool's just sitting there and like, can you make a comment from the official White House that what do you think of people who are mean to me? And it's just like, I don't know, Tim, like you're kind of a piece of shit. Like, grow a spine. Get some thicker skin. Deal with it. Yeah. The local teenagers in your town that you live in made fun of you for buying their skate park. I don't know. Be not shitty. He deliberately phrased the question so he couldn't be accused of lying or slandering. What a piece of shit. Right? But we all know that's what he's doing.
The reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well,
yeah, when are you going to allow Riverboat Jack into the press pool? That's my question. You know, I've been sitting here this entire time wondering, when am I going to finally get my shot of sitting in the White House press pool? You know, and there are so many commenters online are making fun of me these days. What does the White House think about the commenters in my comments, leaving mean things about me? I just want you all to know that's the equivalent of what he's saying here.
We certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the...
We certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is why we've personally hand-selected a bunch of far-right, wackadoo nonsense conspiracy channels to come sit in here. God. No beanie, no press pool. Damn. I could get a beanie, though. Oh, God. The timeline we live in. And you know, like, I just want to share this because this was really cathartic, right? In the wake of this administration constantly going after Kilmar Albrego Garcia, making constant unfounded claims about this man. And you know what? If Kilmar Albrego Garcia is genuinely not at all affiliated with any gang or any kind of criminal activity, he has some very promising grounds for, like, essentially lawsuits, defamation lawsuits, like up the wazoo. He could literally be a trillionaire by the end of this. And honestly, I hope he gets every cent when he returns here. I hope he gets every goddamn cent out of these people.
As a former...
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to show you guys this because it's one of the few times I've seen people actually pushing back on this framing. And it came from the new co-head of the Democrats, which is surprising. And good on David Hogg. David Hogg's proving to be a pretty interesting political figure, and I hope to see more of him.
Party Chairman Durrance, how would you handle a vice chair who was going to primary?
Well, I'll answer and then I'll explain it. I mean, unfortunately, David, I'd have you removed from the party because I think, number one, I think you're sincere. I don't question that. I think you're right. The Democrats are a complete mess. They have no movement.
I don't think that's exactly what he said.
They've got no. Well, he said they've got no message. They've got no movement. They've got no leader. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. I mean, you're defending Harvard. You're traveling to El Salvador for MS-13 gang members. But here's the point. You're taking $20 million. If I'm looking at someone, my vice chair, the RNC, taking $20 million for another effort, it's $20 million out of the DNC's pocket. You can't be on the board of the Fishing and Forest Company and on Greenpeace at the same time. There are places for groups to hold the party accountable. I think it's right.
Let me push back against that. This was not an MS-13 gang member, and you damn well know that.
Oh, come on.
He was not.
Okay,
and
so keep defending this guy.
The administration admitted this was wrong. In America, we have due process, and we are a land of law and order. We are a land of law and order. And this administration is repeatedly showing time and time again they do not care about what the Supreme Court says. They do not care about the rule of law. And you cannot defend sending people to another country.
Just did a poll
to another country where they don't have
Americans
rights.
Think that
where he's
all
denied
illegal immigrants
due process
should be deported.
That's beautiful because not only does David Hogg manage to shut him up, get out his point, then Reince Priebus has nothing to say about that, and so he pivots to talking about a CNN poll. You know, like, this is great. More of this. I want to see more, left-wing folks bodying ghouls like Reince Priebus, okay? Rancid Prenus. You know, I want to see more of that. I thought the left guy was Hogg and was confused. No, Hogg's the good one. He wrecked that fascist. We need more of that. We need more people willing to stand up and say what's right. Does MS-13 actually exist? Yes, but it's very, very small. Anyway, very satisfying to watch. And let's just take another look here at some other things that are unfolding. And this is alarming, and I haven't seen this get that much media attention, but this is from 5 days ago. U.S. citizen in Arizona detained by immigration officials for 10 days. Immigration officials in Tucson arrested the 19-year-old from Albuquerque on April 8th, saying he entered the country illegally before a judge dismissed his case on April 17th. And basically, what's really interesting here is that this is the case of, by the way, Jose Hermosio. And basically, he says he was lost and walking near the Border Patrol headquarters when an agent arrested him for illegally entering the country. And Hermosio was not carrying identification on him, right? And they said he illegally entered the country. And it is bizarre, but this is the narrative that they are using to justify ICE picking this man up, right? This is... The narrative being pushed about Jose Hermosio is false. On April 8th, Hermosio approached Border Patrol in Tucson and stated he had entered the U.S. illegally through Nogales. He said he wanted to turn himself in and completed a sworn statement identifying as a Mexican citizen who had entered unlawfully. He was processed and appeared in court on April 11th. Afterwards, he was held by the U.S. Marshals in Florence, Arizona. A few days later, his family presented documents showing U.S. citizenship. The charges were dismissed and he was released to his family. This arrest was the direct result of Hermosio's own actions and statements. And basically what the government is trying to allege here is that this man walked up and said, I'm an undocumented citizen, please arrest me. And then they did, and now the government is saying that he's just lying about that? And that is really one of the most insane arguments I've ever heard in my life. Like, this is like someone saying, yeah, I walked up to a cop and said, arrest me, officer, I just did a murder. And then, like, a week later says, JK, I didn't murder anyone, tee-hee. And then they just let him go. Like, that's like the equivalent. It's insane. I just don't. It's bizarre. God. But this is going to happen more and more, folks. More of these, like, incidents are going to happen until, like, we actually keep putting ourselves, keep putting out there stronger and stronger and stronger. No, we are not going to comply with this bullshit. You are going to stop this. You know, we need to be able to exercise our power and say, no, enough is enough. Also, incredible stuff from this same person who said the guy, that 19-year-old just said he was committing crimes. Here's another thing about Kilmar Albrego Garcia. When Garcia was arrested, he was found with rolls of cash and drugs, which the cash and drugs turned out to be a hoodie. He was arrested with 2 other members of MS-13. No. 2 judges found that he was a member of MS-13. That finding has not been disturbed. No. When arrested, he was wearing what was effectively an MS-13's uniform. Again, wearing a hoodie. He was wearing a Chicago Bulls hoodie. That is not a... that's not a uniform for any gang. God. It was images of cash on his hoodie. Yeah. It's really bizarre shit. Like, just constantly. Yeah, good meme. Is this an MS-13 uniform? Jesus Christ. It really does come down to that for some of these people. And, like, these folks are so out of arguments against Kilmar Albrego Garcia that now they are pivoting to other arguments that aren't really disputing the legality of sending people there, but that are trying to justify sending people there. So this next post that I'm about to show you is a Utah state senator. He's an elected official, everybody. Housing a federal prisoner costs $80,000 a year in the United States, $20,000 a year in El Salvador. Outsourcing prisoner housing is an innovative way to control costs. If we can solve any extradition issues, perhaps Utah could do some outsourcing. And imagine posting a picture of a goddamn concentration camp and arguing, yeah, maybe we could do more of this, because look at how cheap it is to send people to a concentration camp in a foreign country that you are not legally responsible for anymore, apparently. It's insane. This is insane, and it is evil. And frankly, any elected official that shows any modicum of support for this needs to be gotten the fuck out of office. They need to be going to, like, the Nuremberg-esque trials we have at the end of this to figure out accountability for this shit. Because it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Garcia's a Bulls fan? but he's from El Salvador, and he lives in Maryland, not Chicago. The Bulls lost 60 games in 2019, so why the hat? Can Garcia name
because people like goddamn sports teams, you moron.
Anyone on the team? Anyone on any Bulls team besides Jordan? Everyone from El Salvador knows what it means when you wear a Bulls hat.
No. Also, he's been here a while. He can have a favorite team. Like, I'm sorry, this is like me saying, you know, when you wear the Green Bay Packers jerseys, what you're communicating to everyone is that you just have nasty-ass cheese farts all the time. Nasty-ass packing that cheese in your colon farts, okay? That's what that means. Anyone who wears a Green Bay Packers jersey, they just smell like stinky butt farts all the time. Like, that's the same level of sensicality as what Jesse Waters is saying here. It's disgusting bullshit. They know it. They're paid to say it. All right? But even going farther than that now, okay? We're having some very disturbing events happen. Here is a court case from just earlier today. This story comes via dailyprogress.com. And, well, basically, 3 men who identified as Homeland Security officers did a raid on a courthouse in Charlottesville, Virginia, and abducted 2 men. And I'm just gonna... this video, again, was obtained by Daily Progress, and it is shocking.
Excuse me, you cannot impede me on my lawful duties. That is a crime. Do you understand? Do not touch me or impede me in my lawful duties, ma'am. Do you understand?
So just you know, you got this guy up front threatening people in a courthouse, and yeah, this guy just strolling up in a balaclava in a courthouse.
Understand, it is a crime for you to do so.
Why? Do you have a warrant
Senor,
for his arrest? Do you have a warrant for his arrest?
Yes.
Where?
Hey,
warrant.
grab him.
The warrant for his arrest. Warrant signed by a
Get
judge.
off me, or I am calling the U.S. Attorney and prosecuting you for assault on a federal officer.
Show us the warrant
Back
for his
up.
arrest. Show us a warrant signed by a judge.
Turn him around.
You don't have a warrant.
Sir.
Show us a warrant for his arrest.
We are officers with Homeland.
I have to say, props to this person right here for like sticking it out and not like immediately backing off, because like this would be an incredibly scary situation where you've got masked men trying to take this guy away, just claiming to have legal rights. And I just need to remind you all, sorry, you can't just say, I have legal superpowers. You need to produce documents to that effect. You need to produce actual goddamn documentation. Okay? There's a part of me that I'm like, I wish, and I know that this is too big of a risk for her to have taken, or for them to have taken, but like, yes, call the U.S. Attorney's Office to prosecute. Call them. Because I want to know you have a warrant for this guy. If you can't do that, you don't have a warrant, do you?
Security.
You don't have a warrant signed by a judge.
All right, Senor Dominguez. No se preocupe.
You don't have to.
No necesitas decirle nada.
No necesitas decirle nada sin abogado.
Got it?
No firme nada sin abogado.
Everybody ready? Yep. Let's go out, please. Vamos, señor, por favor, sígueme. everybody make sure we got it?
This makes me so fucking mad. It makes me so fucking mad. No explanation, no warrant produced. These two men were disappeared. There's one man in the video, but there were two men detained in this raid on a courthouse in Charlottesville. Okay? And this was part of an ICE raid. These are ICE agents. Completely ununiformed, completely without any documentation, unwilling to present any documentation whatsoever. Okay? And I want to take this part from Daily Progress's reporting, and I'm going to link it in chat here so you guys can find it here and share it around. What alarmed Nicholas Rapucci, Nicholas Rapucci, head of the Charlottesville office of the public defender, is that the enforcers called in to detain the two men in the city Tuesday morning were wearing plain clothes and did not display badges or arrest warrants. It's horrifying for the person being detained, Rapucci told the Daily Progress. It's horrifying for the community members watching it. Where the men have gone and what charges they face have not been disclosed. Rapucci's office was representing one of the men in Albemarle County General District Court, a 41-year-old house painter accused of assaulting a roommate. The Daily Progress obtained video of his detention. In the recording, the man can be seen exiting the courtroom after the case against him was dismissed. He is then surrounded by three other men, all in plain clothes, who handcuff him and lead him out the front door of the courthouse into an unmarked van. I've been here since 1999, and I have not seen anything like this before, said Rapucci. We need to fight this tooth and nail. It is why we have so much emphasis on what is happening right now with Kilmar Albrego Garcia, because we need to make sure the rights of these people is respected. Okay? We need to make sure that, like, if you are with ICE, you have to be wearing a uniform. You have to present your warrant. If you are not doing those two things, you should, like you are in breach of law, should be facing termination, if not legal consequences. And like that should play into the people's legal rights. People like this who carried out this raid, when we talk about needing to abolish ICE, and when we talk about the need for accountability, when this is all over, when inevitably we have a DOJ that is actually capable of doing something, what needs to happen is people like those ICE agents, they need to go to fucking prison. Okay? They need to be, like, their entire department needs to be abolished, and they need to serve time. There needs to be an accounting for this, because this is insane. And no one should get off the hook for disappearing people in the United States of fucking America. Not a single person. If you are a government agent disappearing people, you need to go to jail. Like, full stop. There's no excuse for that in this country under rule of law. A witness who asked not to be identified said the two women showed up in response to a call to the Immigration Rapid Response Hotline, a public service promoted by civil rights and immigrant support groups. Again, doing God's work out there, those women. And volunteering for stuff like that, very, very important. Okay? People who volunteer for stuff like that, heroes. Goddamn heroes. Look into whether or not your local area has something similar. Okay? It is important. We need to start mobilizing around this issue. The other of the two men detained Tuesday was a 32-year-old who works as a house painter. He was detained while attempting to pay a fine for a drunk driving conviction, according to a person with knowledge of the matter who spoke on condition of anonymity. And the local police department tried to distance itself from the raid, saying it had nothing to do with the execution of it, which also makes it very startling. You know, like, at a certain point, do you call the cops to protect you from ICE? Like, what? And, like, genuinely, they probably wouldn't. Like, 99 times out of 100, they probably wouldn't. But, like, maybe it's worth a shot? Like, I don't know. Can you help me out with this, Jack? Because, like, it's getting real hard. What those two women did functionally nothing. They still took that poor man. How are we supposed to keep up the hope with that? Well, because there are instances where people intervening like that do stop people from being taken. You know, there are stories going around about people forming human chains around potential targets for detention. There are stories of people being able to force paperwork out of these people. And frankly, because a white lady getting involved between a law enforcement officer and their target, that's maybe one of the best uses of privilege that can perhaps obtain a better outcome. You know? What it does indicate is that, you know, people are aware of this and they are fighting it. It's not just like, you know, these three guys could come and like tackle that guy and get him out of there and like rough him up and then get him out. They knew people were watching. They knew people cared. And like, I am certain there are thousands of stories like these house painters that get no press coverage whatsoever. You know? The fact that people are there and that we know about them helps them a lot, I think. And when we're talking about the bureaucratic processing of these people through our system, evidence that is capable of being provided that, like, for example, ICE didn't present a valid warrant, that could matter a lot. That could mean the difference between being held in detention and freedom. What is an MS-13 uniform these people keep talking about? When ICE agents don't wear uniforms or show any proof of identification, hoodie is a baseball cap. Hammock. Yes. They are saying that because someone has tattoos, is wearing a sports hoodie, and has a baseball hat, that is sufficient to brand someone as a member of a gang. Yeah, another example, and we covered this earlier, would be like that lady who was thrown out of a town hall by like those 6, you know, security guards. That video that went around like a month ago, because there were so many videos of that went viral. Each of those men is now facing criminal charges. So, like, it does matter still. Yeah, get your phones set up to be ready to record with the click of a button, folks. And yeah, I don't begrudge anyone who feels a bit hopeless watching stuff like this, because it is terrible. But we need to be aware of what's happening right now to the greatest possible extent. Okay? That's kind of where I'm at with all this nastiness. This fascist bullshit. Additionally, folks, this is a story coming to us courtesy of the New York Times. But there is an account currently going around of Ricardo Prada Vasquez, who was detained in late January by ICE. And basically, he had a delivery job, for like Uber Eats or something. And he took a wrong turn onto... Oh, God, that hurt. I'm sorry. I'm a little under the weather. He took a wrong turn onto Ambassador Bridge, which in Detroit leads into Canada. And because he accidentally turned onto Ambassador Bridge, U.S. authorities, ICE, took him into custody when he tried to come back over the bridge to deliver the McDonald's order he had picked up. And he was put into detention and scheduled to be deported. And, well, instead of deporting him to Venezuela, they sent him, they put him on the 3 planes. Well, rather, and I want to clarify this, a bunch of Venezuelan migrants from that same Texas facility that he had been sent to were sent to El Salvador. But no one could say what happened to Prada Vasquez. Okay? Effectively, what happened to this man is that he disappeared not just from his life, but from the immigration systems themselves. From like January until now, people have not known where he is. Oh, sorry. The last we knew was March 15th. Since then, nothing. Okay? Nothing. And what ICE has since said is that this Prada Vasquez is that no. He's not lost. We didn't lose him in our system. No. This is just another lie the media is telling you. And of course, they put this out on Twitter because everything is a joke now. Ricardo Jesus Prada Vasquez is a Venezuelan national and confirmed member of Tren de Aragua, which is interesting because, just real quick, I don't know a lot of gang members who do like Uber Eats. I don't know a lot of them who do that. Additionally, he didn't have a day in court, so you didn't prove that he's a member of Tren de Aragua. You just are alleging that in order to, bypass his constitutional rights, his legal rights, right? And basically, they're saying, false. He's a member of Tren de Aragua. He entered the United States on November 29th, 2024 at the Brownsville, Texas port of entry via CBP-1 app appointment. Prada was paroled into the U.S. and served with a notice to appear before an immigration judge. On January 15th, Prado was encountered at the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel in Detroit, Michigan, attempting to enter the U.S. from Canada, and was referred to a secondary inspection. Further investigation resulted in Prado being designated a public safety threat as a confirmed member of Tren de Aragua and in violation of his conditions of admission. Prado was apprehended and transferred to ICE, Michigan for detention. On February 27th, an immigration judge ordered Prado removed from the U.S. On March 15th, Prado was removed to El Salvador. So they literally disappeared him from their systems. No one could tell you where he was, and now they're saying, "Oh yeah, he's actually in El Salvador in a concentration camp for taking a wrong turn on the Ambassador Bridge," something that a lot of people in Detroit do all the time. And the secondary inspection revealed him to be a member of Tren de Aragua, huh? That's so interesting. What during the secondary inspection proved that? And why couldn't you prove that in court? That's so fascinating. It is all bullshit. 99% of this is all horse shit that they use to justify their cruelty and their malice. Like, full stop. You know, like, that is even before we get to the student visa situation, guys. The student visa situation is also cruel and insane and nonsensical. Okay? This has been going kind of viral on Twitter, okay? This has to be one of the craziest admissions from a judge that I've ever seen in court. What the hell are we doing here? And here it is. Do you realize this is Kafkaesque? I've got two experienced immigration lawyers on behalf of a client who is months away from graduation, who has done nothing wrong, who has been terminated from a system that you all keep telling me has no effect on his immigration status, although that is clearly BS. And now his two very experienced lawyers can't even tell him whether or not he's here legally because the court can't tell him whether or not he's here legally because the government's counsel can't tell him if he is here legally. Because, again, essentially what they've been doing is going through and just deleting student status in the registration system. Like, they are... I don't know what to say. And this is in response, by the way, of 4 students at Case Western Reserve University, my university, were told that their visas had been revoked and that they will need to leave the country while the semester is still ongoing. Like, it literally is like they are just saying, nope, you are not actual students. Time to get you out of here. And luckily, the courts seem to be siding with students because, like, this is all absolute bullshit. There's no reason to delete those statuses whatsoever. They are being put continuously in no-win scenarios. And it's bizarre as hell, okay? This is another excerpt that I want to read to you from this case, okay? Mr. Blank, I am not able to answer that question, Your Honor. The court. How are you not able to answer that question? What does that even mean? He's either here legally or he's not here legally. You're the government's lawyer. Is he here legally? I mean, how is Mr. Blank supposed to know if he's here legally if you don't even know if he is here legally? Mr. Blank. I am just saying, maybe Mr. Blank 1. How is Mr. Blank 2 supposed to know if he's here legally if you don't even know if he is here legally? Mr. Blank 1. He was lawfully admitted to the United States. No. Mr. Blank 1. There is a no, Mr. Blank 1. There is a yes or no answer here. This is not Schrodinger's visa. He's either here legally or he's not here legally. If you cannot answer the question, you have to explain to me why you cannot answer that question. Mr. Blank 1. I cannot answer that question. I have talked to ICE as to whether or not they consider at this point in time the individual, whether or not they are maintaining lawful status. The court. And what does ICE have to say to that? Mr. Blank 1, I have not received a response, Your Honor. Like, damn. Like, this is an unwinnable situation, and it's meant to be so. You know? It is meant to put them in an impossible situation. We don't have enough in the Senate to impeach and confirm. I think we might in, a couple months, but not right now for sure. It is fucked. And we're going to end this particular segment with something I find perhaps the most twisted and disgusting of all. Here, okay? Which is a post by Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, on Truth Social. I'm doing what I was elected to do. Remove criminals from our country, but the courts don't seem to want me to do that, folks. My team is fantastic, doing an incredible job. However, they are stymied at every turn by even the U.S. Supreme Court, which I have such great respect for, but which seemingly doesn't want me to send violent criminals and terrorists back to Venezuela or any other country for that matter. People that came here illegally, folks. Illegally. The courts are intimidated by the radical left, who are playing the ref. Great Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito correctly wants to dissolve the pause on deportations. He is right on this. If we don't get these criminals out of our country, we're not going to have a country any longer. We cannot give everyone a trial, because doing so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years, folks. That's a long time. That's many years. Many years. We would need hundreds of thousands of trials for the hundreds of thousands of illegals we are sending out of the country. Such a thing is not possible to do. What a ridiculous situation we're in. Make America great again, folks. And I just really want to highlight in there that the President of the United States said, without any kind of self-reflection, we cannot give everyone a trial. Like, I'm sorry. You have to. It's not an option. It is not like maybe we give someone a trial if they're good. No. You give fucking serial killers a trial. You give people you dislike trials. It's important. The trial, the due process, that is the process by which we are able to establish claims of criminality. If you did not do trials, what you would do is simply put Donald Trump in a prison. That's what would have happened under Biden with no right of due process. You have the trials to assert the truth of criminal accusations. And again, like, Donald Trump is one of the least American presidents we have ever had. He is a traitor to the concept of America, to the ideals of America, to the dream of what America could and should be. He is a traitor to the Republic. And every single day that goes by where he feels emboldened to say things like this, things that are so beyond the pale about the society and the republic upon which this stands, there needs to be accountability after this. This is an unconscionable breach of our social contract. To, like, a degree completely incalculable. Most of the people who were deported to, and not even deported, who were kidnapped to the El Salvadoran concentration camp CCOT, most of them did not have any kind of criminal history, any kind of run-in with the police. They were disappeared off the streets. I just... We are a country of laws, a country of order, a country dedicated to doing better at every available opportunity. And I just... It is unconscionable to me, and not at all acceptable to me, to allow this. You know, like I'm trying to find words to explain how I feel. And it's just... I think maybe I can show it in an image instead. I'm trying to find the right one.
How did the deal with Bukele get made, and where is the funding coming from? Who ordered the flights? It seems like this should not even be possible.
It should not. And yet, it is. And we must fight it with everything we got. Like, full stop. And like, genuinely... Here. We'll do this. This is where we're at, folks. This is where we're at. You cannot tell me that what is happening in CCOT is at all justifiable. And it just seems to me, folks, that what is something truly disgusting and truly awful is happening in the heart of our country, and we need to do every single thing we can to organize and fight this. To put forward our best selves and answer the call of duty to mobilize and fight this however we can most effectively. And right now, that call, I believe, is to fight this with nonviolence before the end result of what happened in that first picture becomes the end result of what happens in this second one. Because we're like right on the precipice. Okay? We're right on the precipice. ICE has its own budget. Sorry, you're blue. So that ICE handles the bookings themselves. A number of private prison companies provide contract services with ICE, so they send the planes. If they succeed, they're going to disappear anyone they don't like. Yeah. Yep. That's what Donald Trump says and means when he says they want to get rid of the homegrowns next. When he jokes with Bukele about building 5 more prisons in El Salvador like this. Can't the courts freeze ICE's funding, though? Yeah, which is why it's really important to know what happens should that flow of money stop. To El Salvador in particular. It did not come off as a joke to me. I don't think it was a joke either. Would argue we're there now, especially if RFK Jr. has his way with autistic people. There's a very big difference between one crazy guy in the regime saying we want to do horrible things and the horrible things actually happening. I need to really, really emphasize this, folks. RFK Jr. says a lot of crazy shit, and not all that crazy shit is going to come to pass. I do not need, in this time where we have actual people being sent to an actual concentration camp, for people to be fear-mongering about something that hasn't happened yet. Okay? We need to worry about the stuff that has already happened and put a stop to it. Because if we put a stop to the things that are happening now, that puts a stop to the things that happen potentially in the future. We need to put a stop to this death cult. I'm autistic. Congratulations.
How do we pressure Repubs on this? Just persistence in general?
Yes, persistence in general. Keep calling them when they are in town on their pay attention to when Congress is in session and when they are in your local area. If they are in your local area, visit them in their offices. Like genuinely make an appointment and visit. Bring local press with you. It will help. I'm like actually autistic too. I was diagnosed in 2005 at the age of 3. Congrats. How do you pressure Republicans? Yeah, again, show up in their offices, call them, fax them. Again, fax them every day, folks. You can fax them for free, and you like are physically sending a paper to their office. All right. Additionally, calling every weekday about a different topic helps. It increases pressure on them. Show up to their town halls, yell at them.
0.
And then turn up at events like Tesla Takedown, build up your local Indivisible, show up at your local DSA meetings, show up at your local Democrat meetings, show up however you can in your community. Consider volunteering for potentially some of those immigration networks, like the one we saw working for in Charlottesville, Virginia. Okay. So look around, see what you're capable of, look at your skill set. What can you do? I'm not going to be able to tell you guys everything you can do, but I am going to tell you guys things that are shown to be effective. Okay? Yeah, Tesla sales dropped 71%. Yeah, which is even more devastating. That's how they make their money. And Smokewalker, thank you for the $10 dono. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very much. I'm autistic as well. I'm more concerned about what's already happening than what may or may not happen to me or others like me. Yep. We gotta fight this. We got to fight this, because if it does not, I have been trying to I have been trying to make this point, right? And maybe I haven't made it clear enough. The reason we are focusing on Kilmar Albrego Garcia's case over a lot of the other court cases that are ongoing right now is because that case is the key. It is what stops this practice from spreading. It is what ultimately can be our leverage to potentially shut down this type of heinous action against the American people. It is one of the few ways available to us right now to put a stop to this. And that's why it's really important for us to pay attention to it. Point is, it's spreading from America. A lot of people in the UK are spreading it too. But yes, America is bad. I've decided to try and put it in the back of my mind. The methods to deal with it are similar regardless of who is being targeted. That is kind of the point I keep making over and over again, that the solution in front of us is the same, regardless of what our problem is. Our problem here can only be solved via mass mobilization. That is it. It means you need to start looking at the protests available to you through, mobilize.us/indivisible, for example. Tesla Takedown. 5051. You need to start figuring out what your local schedule and cadence is going to be so that you can incorporate this protest into a daily routine, into a way of life, because we need to make it our way of life for the next, several years. However long this motherfucker and his administration are trying to kill us, we need to make it part of our daily routine. As necessary as brushing your teeth. Okay? So that's kind of where we're at. It is getting other people at the protest. If you have successfully made protesting part of your routine, then you need to start your next job, bring other people with you. Keep setting higher and higher standards, higher and higher goals for yourself. Work with groups like, Indivisible, DSA, etc. We've got a lot of people in this community with a lot of big goals, and we can achieve them if we work together. Okay, folks? We've got people in this community who are going to their 6th protest. We've got people who are going to their 1st. My mom, who's 74 fucking years old, is getting out the protests. Her friends are getting out the protests. They're in their mid to late 70s. So if 74-year-old ladies can get out there and protest, so can you guys. That's the point I'm trying to make. So can you. And if you're like homebound in some capacity, I get it. Make agitprop. Make propaganda making fun of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Marco Rubio, all these ghoulish motherfuckers who want to take your rights away. Make memes. Anyone could do it. Doesn't matter what your artistic ability is. Make something. Share it. Our group works to make protests accessible to folks with limited mobility. That's great, Thistles for Eyes. You can also put out digital posters for people to print out and put up in their areas. But we need to get out and we need to mobilize. And we need to keep getting louder and louder and louder until this this administration crumbles down like the walls of goddamn Jericho. Go to city council meetings. Honestly, excellent thing to do. Get in the habit of going. Participate in your local government. Okay? We need to do anything and everything. Ooh, need to update the organize command. I'll do that tomorrow. With that being said, that was a very long segment. I think we're done with this one. We did it. We did it, everyone. Horrors beyond your imagination. Huzzah! Living up to the stream title. Haha. I don't know if Jericho's really the image we want. I'm just using fanciful language. Whoo, boy. Folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, this show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I am only allowed to keep my sanity if I make my tributes to the Dono Ghost. It either takes my bones or my brain. It doesn't let me choose which one I keep. If you think you might be a target, start getting your shit together as well. Don't assume things will get better. If you're worried about being a target, be prepared. Yep. Make sure you have your documentation. Whew. All right. Thank you for another night of hopium. I am really glad that I can make this more actionable for folks. Because it feels really not great. And I understand how bad it feels. bad times. Closing a bunch of tabs. Closing a bunch of tabs. Closing a bunch of tabs. All right. Okay. So I need to do something unpleasant. I need to cover perhaps conservative pundit. Okay, this is one of the things I've noticed from my analytics. Hey, K Fox. One of the things I've noticed from my analytics is that I need to talk more about, your Ben Shapiro's, your Matt Walsh's, your yada yada yada. You get it. You get it. The talking heads, the Megyn Kellys. Because when I talk about them, inevitably that gets a lot more people in the door on a conversation that I want to have. And well, I want to keep growing this channel. That's bottom line here. So we're gonna take a look at a Ben Shapiro video. I was thinking maybe we would do a Megyn Kelly, but I think we're gonna go Ben Shapiro. All right. Let's do... Okay. Folks, you have two options. I'm just doing like a visual tabulation in all the chats here. Do you want Ben Shapiro talking about black crime? Or do you want Ben Shapiro talking with a lib? Those are your two options, okay? One or two in chat. Two. I don't know that you guys are going to like this, but okay. The twos have it. All right. Twos everywhere. Also, welcome, Mayor Fancy Hat. I like your username. Is this Libby? Boy, is he.
Trump tariff policy, as far as I can tell.
All right, folks. So, folks, there is a man named Ben Shapiro. And... Oh.
It's been a hard one this night, but I'm glad to be among folks who get it. And glad we all have ideas to contribute on action. Virginia has Gov, LT Gov, AG races in June.
Ooh, Thistles for Eyes, remind me in June. So we can maybe get folks phone banking and door knocking, okay? Thank you for the $5 dono. I also appreciate that a lot. Punk Monk, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Kenlo.
Appreciate you. Okay. I'm gonna restart this again. So, folks, there is a man named Ben Shapiro, and he had on another man named Ezra Klein to talk about the strategy that hurts Democrats. And well,
Virginia has Gov.
Oh my
LT
goodness.
Gov,
Oh my
AG
goodness.
races in June.
All right. Cool. We the alerts were a little bit behind. We'll talk about those races in June. Thank you so much. But Ezra Klein has been doing a tour for his new book on abundance. And I hope he talks about it, because I would love an opportunity to tear this entire idea a new asshole. Let's find out, shall we? I have not watched this.
Trump tariff policy, as far as I can tell, has at least 4 distinctive goals.
What's happening right now is a major gamble at best. That is the best way to characterize it, is a major gamble by the Trump administration. Now, maybe the gamble pays off, but what that's going to rely upon is President Trump making deals now. Now it's deal maker time. Because if it just continues...
He's not going to make deals. Come on, man. You've seen Donald Trump. He's a moron.
To be confusion, or if this administration has a vested interest in the idea that tariffs themselves enrich countries, and it's totally unclear what the case here is, or whether there is a good feedback loop that would allow President Trump to adjust. Again, I think President Trump lives in reality. I think if the headlines are bad, he adjusts. We just don't know. And uncertainty is, again, its own form of economic risk. And investors know that. So again, to sort of explain the steel man theory of what President Trump is doing right here, I asked my friend, Perplexity AI, sponsor of the show, how much would the cost of America's debt service drop over the next year if the yields on the 10-year treasuries drop from 4.75%, which is what they were in January or so?
Man, can I just say how much I love that, like, conservatives have just offloaded all of their research, all of their actual data, like, gathering, what they, and they used to do this, by the way. I love that they have offloaded all of that to just these AI bullshit systems. It's great. It really epitomizes their shitness.
To 3.5%. Currently, they're just below 4%. And Perplexity says, based on the provided calculations, if the yields on 10-year treasuries drop from 4.75% to 3.5%, the cost of America's debt service would drop by approximately $103 billion over the next year. That calculation assumes a total U.S. debt of $33 trillion. 25% of the debt is tied to 10-year treasuries, and the yield decreases from 4.75% to 3%.
Just as a pro tip, if you're going to come into my chat and be transphobic and bigoted towards me, you probably shouldn't be using accounts under your real name. Just a thought for any transphobes that would be interested in doing that. Anyway, don't do that. Especially if you're just a high school kid.
0.5%. So theoretically, it could be a little bit more. You could also get revenues that are taken in by the tariffs, which effectively, as I mentioned, is in fact a tax increase. So you could talk about the reduction of the American debt servicing, if you used all that money to pay off the debt, for example, of several $100 billion. Now, the reality is that over the long term, that isn't going to solve the problem. Only serious restructuring of entitlements is going to solve the problem, particularly means-based entitlement programs. However, if the idea is to bend the cost curve down, and then meanwhile, you're ramping up, for example, AI and productivity in order to make up for the vast expenditures, and so it's a short-term pain in order to kind of hold steady, that's the best case that you can make for these. Maybe that's what President Trump is doing, and what that's going to require is not only that the bond yields remain fairly low, but also it's going to require a pathway to getting off of the current tariff curve that we are on, because that carries its own inflationary risk. Well, while Republicans are struggling over tariffs and what exactly is going to happen, Democrats have some serious struggles of their own. Ezra Klein of the New York Times has a brand new book titled Abundance, all about how Democrats really need to abandon what he calls their everything bagel strategy regarding regulation. He sounds kind of like a Republican sometimes.
Yeah, he does kind of sound like a Republican sometimes. It's almost like so it's almost like neoliberalism and Republicans really get along. Maybe it's kind of like they're kind of the same thing almost. It's kind of like that, isn't it? Just such a strange thing.
It's even funnier. He has Perplexity Pro. He paid money for that terrible AI assist.
Well, look, Sake Tanuki, to be fair to him, the Daily Wire is on fire. They're having to fire, Jeremy Boring, their very ironically exciting CEO. JK, he's not even ironically exciting. And also, they're bleeding employees right and left. They need to replace the newsroom with Perplexity AI. And thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Saket Tanuki.
Ezra, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. How are you feeling, Ben? How liberated? Scale of 1 to 10.
Ezra, wait.
Time, really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I don't think I've ever seen Ezra Klein from this angle, so it feels very weird. He's a very intense gaze.
How are you feeling, Ben? How liberated? Scale of 1 to 10.
On a scale of 1 to 10, there are certain areas in which I feel liberated, and certain areas in which I feel a little bit more dicey. I'll be honest with you. And I'd like to see, some stability out of the markets. I'd like to see the president actually explain what he is doing and what he intends to do with the tariff.
Yeah, Propensity AI is a chatbot. It's like ChatGPT.
Regimen here, but it does feel like we're living in a moment where almost everyone across all parties is engaged in a sort of chaotic game of let me not explain what I'm doing and just do things. And I think that is something that you talk about in your book, Abundance, is sort of the stacking on of various MOs, various regulatory rationales on top of each other, and what you end up with is an unworkable system. That seems to be one of the main themes of Abundance.
Ooh, that's a good connection. I hadn't thought of that. So yeah, what you're describing there is an argument or an idea I call everything bagel liberalism, which I was trying to make a distinction.
Neoliberalism? The idea of neoliberalism, perhaps?
Between the delicious everything bagel, which has some things on it, but not too many, and then the everything bagel from Everything Everywhere All at Once, which gets everything on it and it becomes a black hole. There is a tendency in the way Democrats govern to pile standard and goal and aim and project after project after project into the same bill. You're trying to do affordable housing, but you're also trying to achieve environmental goals and unionization goals and a bunch of other things in a way that means your housing never actually gets built or gets built at an insane cost level. The same thing can be said for California high-speed rail. This affected a bunch of different Biden policies, but it's actually, as you, I think, drew in a pretty smart connection there, you see this in the Trump tariff policy too. It's by no means just a left-wing problem. The Trump tariff policy, as far as I can tell, has at least 4 distinctive goals. One is to raise money. Another is to insource production that has gone to other countries. Another is to create leverage against other countries. And another to get sort of, the concessions on things like fentanyl and border policy. And another simply to reshape global trade flows and orders. And you can't pursue all of those at once. For instance, you can't raise the money and change the manufacturing structure. You can't keep prices low, but also move the manufacturing decisions. You need a lot of stability for companies that are making 5 to 10 year investment decisions. So it's a good point.
So there.
Yeah, except companies aren't making 5 to 10 year investment decisions. That's part of the problem, is that a lot of CEOs are planning to jump ship. These companies aren't making plans on stability in 5 to 10 years. They're making plans based on what is going to, get them their big bonus. It's going to get them like their next big treat, and that's what they plan around these days. It's not the long-term viability of the company. Every single one of these major companies is basically saying, fuck being viable long-term. We only live for now, damn it. And then they fiddle around and they cut their costs. They lie to their, their investors. And then they try and make the biggest amount of money possible. And a really good example of this is how the airlines, how Boeing was hollowed out. Basically, it was treated as just a run-of-the-mill company to be bought, stripped for parts, stripped down, and then the CEO yeeted himself out of there. And now Boeing is has planes falling out of the sky. This problem would have been avoided had they been functioning with long-term plans in mind. Yeah, the average CEO lasts 3 to 5 years, so you're lucky if you get a CEO that plans to be there at the culmination of the 5-year plan. You know?
There are a few things here that there's so much in your book to talk about. Let's focus in on sort of the regulatory side that you're talking about, the everything bagel liberalism that you're talking about. One of the things that you talk about in the book, and when you're making the case for what you call abundance liberalism, which is this idea that the government should do things, it should just do those things better. I'm wondering how realistic you think that is, because you do see it, from time to time, as you mentioned, sometimes in red states. But does that have to do with what people perceive to be the proper role of government in general? You kind of separate those two questions a little bit in the book. What is the proper role of government? I agree with you. In the book, you say that there's sort of a false distinction between big government and small government, because there are certain areas where, of course, conservatives favor big government, say defense spending, and there are certain areas where liberals favor small government, say morals regulations. But it's really not big government versus small government. It's more the proper role of government. And early on in the book, one of the things that you say is, well, you need the government to step in on justice-based goods. And to me, that's you can get into some messy definitions there. How do you get into an area where it's not government overreach? Because it turns out that the government can...
Sorry, I'm enjoying the little drama that's playing out as a result of some things in Twitch chat. It's fun stuff. Don't be a transphobic asshole to me. It's pretty easy not to do.
Nearly always declare that something is a justice-based good, and once it's a justice-based good, then you do have everybody trying to kind of put their fingers in the pie.
Well, you air quoted justice-based goods, but that's not a term.
But Ben Shapiro would never put fingers in pies because he knows that's where the wetness can be sometimes.
What I do say is that there are certain goods that over time, the American public has made clear that they think access to them is a matter of justice, right? Healthcare and housing and education. And as such, both Republicans and Democrats alike have spent now collectively trillions of dollars subsidizing them. And the distinction I'm drawing there is to something like flat screen televisions or a VR headset. There are things that if we do not have enough of them, or the price discrimination is such that a lot of people can't buy them, we don't consider that a matter of justice. If you can't have an Oculus headset, it's fine. You can't have an Oculus headset. We don't see it that way in terms of whether or not you can have a home. We don't see it that way in terms of whether or not you can get health care if you are sick. I mean, we have a law that says hospitals have to treat people if you walk into that emergency room, irrespective of ability to pay. And so we've made that set of decisions already. What I am saying in that chapter, in that section, is that when we've decided to subsidize something, which we do a lot, we then have to ask this secondary question, which we've gotten quite bad at asking, which is, do we have enough supply of the thing that we are subsidizing? So if you subsidize housing through rental vouchers and other things, but you don't build enough housing, then what you're going to do is simply push the price up on the homes you already have. If, for instance, you did Medicare for all, but you have not increased the supply of doctors and nurses and hospitals and so on enough, you would create different kinds of rationing. And so the thing I am trying to do in the book is move liberals to think more about the supply of the goods that they want everyone to have. I'm not really, and nor is Derek in the project here, adding a bunch of ideas of categories of goods that we should subsidize. What I'm saying is that we have a lot of things that we say we want everybody to have. We say that they're part of a flourishing life, from the ability to go to higher ed to the ability to have a home. And in many, many, many cases, we have allowed government or regulation to become a huge bottleneck. And we've sort of called that progressive. But in its ultimate account, it's not. And any liberal looking at, say, Texas building more clean energy, despite politics much more hostile to clean energy than most blue states are, needs to do some rethinking about whether or not our policy equilibrium is actually achieving our goals.
So in the book, how do you make the balance between, for example, things you need to subsidize more supply of? How do you make the distinction between doing that in a market-based way and doing that in an actual direct subsidy-based way? So, for example, you mentioned housing.
I love that Ben makes a distinction between these two, because there is no distinction between these two. Like, however you do this, like if it's market-based or direct subsidies, that's going to have an effect on the market. Like, both of them are in effect market-based. I don't know. Like it feels like a insubstantial distinction to make here.
Obviously, one of the big sort of restrictions on housing, I used to live in Los Angeles, is all the housing regulation. Tremendous regulation in terms of how you build. Can you build? Can you rent your garage out to somebody? This is a big thing when I was living there. Can you actually take your garage because you're paying too much in property tax or in income tax, and now you want to rent out your garage to somebody, and that was forbidden. You were not allowed to do this as a sort of grandma suite.
Well, yeah, you're not allowed to do it because a garage does not have the things necessary for someone to live in the garage. Typically garages not, they don't have like insulation. They don't have like heat. They don't have air conditioning. They don't have bathrooms or showers or, like there are a lot of reasons why you don't do that. Because it's not really fit for human habitation. Now, if you made like a suite on top of your garage or something for someone to live in, that's a different story. But you're not talking about that. You're talking about renting out a concrete basement-ass room with none of the built-in requirements of a house.
For a very long time in California. How
also just throwing it out there, there's some pretty strict building codes and regulatory codes in California. And I'm just throwing it out there that maybe there's a good reason for that. Like, the San Andreas Fault. I think maybe like the regulations there that keep buildings from collapsing in on residents, that's probably a good thing, because historically you can look at what happened during major earthquakes when those regulations didn't exist. A lot of people died. And now Ben might say, well, that's a risk they're willing to take. A lot of people would rather not take that risk. They would rather not, by simply only having access to safe buildings. Like, it's not an either or. You can give everyone safe buildings.
How do you decide what to do as far as regulations, which I think is more of a generalized Republican proposal? Get rid of the regulations, make it easier to build, let the market mechanisms take over.
Is he talking about just a garage? Yes.
Versus direct subsidies. And then how do you distinguish ideologically between what there is liberal versus what is conservative? Because you seem to be talking, well, why wouldn't that just be called conservatism if you're removing regulations that allow for more housing to be built?
It's a great,
genuinely good question there, Ben. I am shocked. Let's go.
Good question. So let me take that in a couple different pieces. So one, I am much more focused on the end of what I'm trying to create more of than the policy means by which I get it. So in the question you're asking, what would I subsidize? What would I have the government do directly? Let's take housing as the core example here. In my view, we should have a lot more market rate development and a lot more affordable housing development, some of which I'm perfectly happy to have be public housing. But in all these cases, we have, certainly in California, certainly in LA, where the housing policies are quite bad, we have regulated this into a level of unaffordability. I happened to read on an airplane last night a new report from the RAND Corporation, and it's a fantastic.
Okay.
Fantastic report. I'm so much more enthusiastic about this report than other people are going to be listening to this. But it's about the cost of construction of homes in California, in Texas, and in Colorado. And it's about the cost of construction of multifamily housing of two types, one market rate and the other subsidized by the public. And one of the things the report shows, and it's something I've reported on too, is that specifically in California, when we subsidize housing, right?
No, Rand is not from Ayn Rand, though that you would be forgiven for thinking so. It comes out of a Cold War era project called Project Rand.
Right. So the government says we want affordable housing for the poor. We layer on so many new regulations and demands and wage standards, et cetera, that we actually make that housing per square foot, much more expensive than even the market rate housing. Now, there's nothing inevitable about that. In Colorado, it doesn't work that way. And I don't think most liberals would say Colorado is a dystopic conservative hellscape. But in Los Angeles and what they have done to increase the cost per square foot of the housing that they are getting taxpayers to subsidize is crazy. My view on this is that it should be possible to have the government actually clear things out of the way to make the things it wants to have happen faster. That was sort of the legacy of Operation Warp Speed, which is a policy that has been, sadly, in my view, disowned by both sides.
Oh boy, Ezra Klein, conservative over here.
But liberals have to get pretty serious about the question. If you want government to build things, then it has to be, at the very least, affordable and timely for the government to do it. If you've created rules by which government construction or things that are funded by the government for construction, from housing to high-speed rail, come in much more expensive and much over budget compared to letting the market do it or having it not happen at all, then in the end, you're not going to get the things you want. It's not going to be affordable to get the things you want. One of the stats from the RAND project that I found really striking was that if California had Colorado's housing regulations on affordable housing, then the same amount of money we are spending, because I'm a Californian like you, would have built 4 times as much publicly subsidized affordable housing. So to my view, whether you call that goal liberal or conservative, it is a good goal and the right thing.
I mean, I think that there might be some other differences, right? Like there might be other differences between Colorado and California. You know? Welcome, Mudpaws. It seems to me that like maybe it's a bit more complicated than simply deregulating California, because again, and what always bothers me about conversations around like deregulation, and this is not usually a problem with conversations around regulation, but what bothers me is that when you go into a conversation about deregulation, people tend to talk very broadly about deregulation. When in reality, I think if you can make a case for repealing certain regulations, that's good. But when you're just going in to advocate for deregulation writ large, that I can't really get behind, you know? Individual regulations might be bad. I'm willing to acknowledge that. I think everyone is willing to acknowledge that. But when you're just saying, these, like a whole block of these regulations are bad, you gotta give me more information than that. I do not believe it is as simple as saying, well, Colorado has good housing regulation and California has bad housing regulation, and if we just took this and put it here, it would fix I don't believe that when it comes to, you know, these different regulatory environments, unless you get down into the nitty-gritty specifics of like the actual policy. And not hearing that in the conversation too much here. And like, California is also a much larger economy than Colorado. So I just, like, I think that there are key differences here. You know, that the housing market is very different between California and Colorado. I think there's too much oversimplification here for me to be comfortable with the conversation.
To be shooting for.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, I'm no longer a Californian specifically because California became such a hellscape. I moved my entire family to Florida years ago.
You were born there, right?
Of course.
Completely give it up. I'm in New York, but I'm a Californian exile.
I gave it up
man.
pretty damn fast, man. Florida's great, but you know, I think that one of the things that you're saying there, when you say the goals are the same, one of the things I like about that is that it gets back to a time when actually political conversation was possible because the goals were in fact the same. It feels like that is increasingly not the case in the country in a lot of different ways. But there is a means distinction. And I'll make the conservative argument here, which is that the minute you start to grow government, everything bagel liberalism becomes almost a necessary component beyond a certain point. Maybe you can do that on individual one-off emergency projects, Operation Warp Speed. It's time for war. We need to motivate Ford to start making airplanes. And that's why I think people on the left are so fond of declaring wars on things. It's a war on poverty. It's a war on drugs. It's a war on housing shortages.
Wouldn't it be more accurate to call his arguments libertarian and not liberal? No, they're very specifically a brand of liberalism called neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was already pushing the deregulation angle. He's just rebranded it as abundance liberalism in order to rebrand neoliberalism, essentially. Like, it's basically him trying to reframe neoliberalism through the lens of how we distribute our goods. You know, we have so much, how can we distribute it equitably and good? But the means of distributing it must be through deregulation, which is, oddly enough, the same mechanism neoliberalism relied upon.
Because if you declare it a war, that means you get to clear all the decks, and now it's an emergency, and with emergencies, you can sort of wipe everything off the bagel and just go with the bagel, right? You saw this in Los Angeles after the fires, when suddenly everybody started talking about, hey, maybe we shouldn't actually do all these environmental reviews before we rebuild all the housing in Pacific Palisades and all this kind of thing. But the problem is that just as a general matter, the conservative argument would be, when you have a giant grab bag of cash that becomes the government and power that becomes the government, people are going to lobby for that cash and that regulatory power. And the people who are elected are going to be answerable to a lot of those people. If you're looking at labor regulations, for example, many of the labor regulations are being effectively indirectly written by unions that contribute to the members of Congress or to the governor or state senator to whom they're contributing. I think that the conservative argument would be the reason to minimize government in the areas where you don't have to have it would be because it is almost an inevitability unless you're going to declare an emergency and do what you're talking about, which starts to verge on possible tyranny. Because, I mean, again, one of the things that happens here is the more public input there is, the more you get everything on the bagel. The less public input, the less you get everything on the bagel. And so you start to run into some pretty dicey questions about the power, the singular power of government. How do you divest the people from having a say? And by the people, I mean various lobbying groups and...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ben, your entire propaganda-funded show by billionaires, super against lobbying. 100%, man. Cool. No, I think David Pacman is just a liberal. I don't know that he's neoliberal. I think he's a liberal with certain policy positions that might be considered progressive, but by and large, he's a lib. I don't really hear him advocate, for example, for like the privatization of different government services. But again, I don't watch a ton of his content, so maybe I'm wrong on that. I could argue that California costs more to build than Colorado because land costs more, the labor is more expensive because the cost of living. Services in California are better, etc. Yeah, you could make that argument. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What really needs a rebrand is his Eugene Levy competition level eyebrows. Damn, son.
And various industry groups. And then is the best way to do that just to deprive the government of the cash and base yourself more on market-based solutions?
I mean, the solution there is just to eliminate lobbying. The solution there is to get rid of lobbyists. You shouldn't be able to lobby the government, at least not with cash. Should be able to do this. Like, it should not be that these multi-billion-dollar companies have dozens of millions of dollars to throw at politicians every election cycle.
I think this is where
bribery.
It's very helpful to be grounded in both specific examples and specific policies. Because, yes, conceptually, all that is true. And then you just look around and you realize that the policies work very differently and the interest group constellations are very different in different places. And I mean that is...
Man, I love that they're just talking about this like it's a given. That's so cool, man. It's so cool that like these people have been brain poisoned by Citizens United to such a degree that it's just engraved in stone in their minds.
True for, like, look, they build transit much better, much cheaper, much faster in Spain, in France, in Japan than we do. And the difference there is not that Spain, France, and Japan don't have governments. It's not that they don't have unions. They have higher union density than we do. It's that they have a very different structure of how they do government. So a big thing I'm focusing on in the book is the way we have begun to restrain government in this country through process and adversarial legalism, where you can just tie it up in lawsuits again and again and again and again. That was one way of trying to avoid tyranny, but what you created is a very ineffective form of government. So one thing I think worth just saying is that we can see this working very differently in different places. As I just mentioned, Colorado and California have quite different housing outcomes, even though they are both currently governed by Democrats and they both have governments. So I always think it's good to stay a little bit more grounded than that. But the other thing that I do think you're getting.
I mean, I think that there's also a big difference in that, like, in Japan, for example, you have a lot more like density, like population density, that makes building these rail lines a lot more like have a lot more public support. Here in America, we don't really have a lot of experience with public transit. You know, outside of a few enclaves in America, you know, your big cities like New York, for example. New York's public transit, I know people shit on it all the time. It's great. Being able to like just walk out and get on a subway and get to where you want to go in like 20 minutes is great. It's amazing. You can get out like anywhere and see like a completely new part of the city. It's amazing. I love it. But like most places in America don't have that. And so most people in America don't really know what they're missing. Whereas in Japan, there is a culture around trains. And it's great. It is wonderful. People are on board with trains by and large. You know, communities are on board with trains by and large. And like there is, to an extent, we need like a better train culture here in America. We need more people to see that these trains work and like actually get them to where they want to go in a reasonable amount of time. You know, that's useful. That's good. Right now, people just don't really see the use in trains when you can just have a car and you can drive there, right? But like, cars are expensive. Cars break down a lot. Isn't New York's public transit as rough as a wooden roller coaster? Nope. It's not like top of the line, like, you know, subway system, but like, it's really, really good when you're used to having zero of that.
Getting at is both parties.
I also think that there needs to be maybe like a better way to clear a path for trains. That's maybe one of the biggest issues with building trains in like urban areas in the United States right now.
In my view, have a sort of scarcity side and abundance side inside of them. This cleavage that I'm trying to cut occurs on both sides. So on the Democratic side, on the liberal side, I see this as between, you know, you can call it different things, but the New Deal left and the New Left. So the new.
I love that he's calling them the progressive Democrats. He's calling the New Deal left, and like the new left is just neoliberalism. Neoliberalism, what he espouses.
New Deal left was very growth oriented, very building oriented. It created a lot of physical infrastructure, created highways because Dwight Eisenhower was sort of part of this political order. And it did things very fast. And in doing that, it created a counter reaction, not just sort of conservatism as we think about it with Ronald Reagan, but also the new left, Ralph Nader and Rachel Carson, and you know,
neoliberalism. But also like if FDR could build one of the largest infrastructure projects in history, the U.S. highway system, we can actually invest in doing these projects. If the government actually cared and invested their money into building a network of rails around this country, to like, and actually spent money doing that, actually put its political power and will towards doing that, we could have high-speed rail in this country. We could have maglev trains getting people across the country in a matter of hours. We could have so much cool shit. So, like, the idea that, like, oh, well, it's just because of the regulations, like, that's nah, fuck that. We just lack the political will to do it. That's the main problem.
This sort of raft of environmental legislation passed, by the way, under Richard Nixon. California Environmental Quality Act passed under Governor Ronald Reagan. So these things often were bipartisan in their times, but over time, they're not the right policy equilibrium for the next stage. On the right, though, you have this same issue. So you have I don't want to call it an abundance right, but a right that is more open to markets, more open to trying to create a lot of housing. And then you have a scarcity right, a populist right, which is currently the right in power. And you look at Donald Trump, you look at J.D. Vance, when they look at the housing problem, they don't propose a lot of ways to make supply bigger. On the campaign trail again and again, they use it as an argument for deporting immigrants. When they look at trade, they don't make a lot of ways for us to make more things more easily and trade them with the world. They're rapidly reducing the entire quantity of global trade using a completely...
Again, all of this is framed through neoliberalism. It's actually shocking to me how little else he's bringing to the table to try and rebrand this. This guy has like a New York Times show, like a podcast.
Insane tariff scheme. When they look at the government, I think Doge is a good idea and somebody should try it, but they have been quite indiscriminate at hacking away at state capacity.
Seriously, this was from 2 weeks ago, and I've been wanting to go over this for a while, right? But he's been in power for 3 months. You've seen the crazy amounts of chaos and destruction being wrought by Doge. And it's just oh man, Doge is a good idea. We should try that. The fuck you on, man? Are you smoking crack? Do you have an abundance of crack? Jesus Christ.
So this is not a crew, in my view, that looks forward and sees a sort of world of more. They look at scarcities we currently have, things we don't have enough of, manufacturing capacity, et cetera, and then find a way to create a scarcity of something else. So my view is that the sort of supply side of both parties has
Yeah, he's literally going, what if we did Doge but liberal? It's crazy, right? Oh, God. Well, Forlorn 79, we already had inspector generals looking for waste, fraud, and abuse in every department. And Donald Trump fired them all so that we could do a vanity project for Elon Musk. It's great. Someone should try it, apparently, according to Ezra Klein.
Fight on its hands. And the fight is different and it plays out in different ways. But one of the things that should make us more optimistic rather than fatalistic about the inevitable pathway of government that sort of you're suggesting there is that if you look around at different countries, at our own country, and at our own even federal government at different times.
Ezra Klein is what happens when you suck all the positives out of Hassan Minaj.
Damn. That's a burn. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Realize that these are pendulums that swing back. These are man-made processes that can be unmade or reformed. And that should always give you a sense of hope.
Well, that's all for now, folks.
I just how I'm sorry, but how do you I just it just seems to me like that was a load of insanity that didn't really get down to any specifics on policy. And instead, he talked very broadly and basically was like, no, don't worry, we're neoliberal. And did not distinguish it all that much from Ben Shapiro's, how is this conservatism? How is this not conservatism? Because genuinely, the distinction seemed to be, well, I'm not opposed to the government building public housing if that means we increase our housing stock. Basically what that sounded like was, I'm not opposed to the government investing into industries to get them started and then having them be private. I'm not opposed to increasing the housing supply, if it's mostly done by private companies, as long as they're sure there could be some public housing too, I guess. neoliberalism confuses me because it seems very similar to conservatism. Brassman, that's because it was basically designed as the poison pill to kill liberalism. It is like I'm not even like joking about that. It comes out of conservative think tanks and was spread throughout kind of the Clinton Democrats, right? And it was basically this idea that you could take Reaganism and put it into the liberal Democrats, and it was injected into a bunch of like rhetoric from Democrats who were basically the ones that pulled the party away from the working class. This entire idea was basically let us privatize everything, and we will appeal to the middle class. That was when Democrats shifted from, being for the workers, being for the unions, and instead being for the middle class, this mythical class of people who are in the middle and not really workers in the eyes of at least these neoliberals, It was, let's be centrist while being right and get donors. Exactly. Are links okay to post? Yeah, in site chat they are. Just don't post anything untoward, because I can IP ban you, and I will if the links are bad. I remember my parents talking about this in the 80s. Yep. So that's why Democrats are constantly trying to turn more center or right instead of going left where they belong. Yes. It is that strain of neoliberalism of politicians who came in flush with cash from their big donors. It made it a lot easier for them to win elections, and so they just decided they didn't need the working class because the working class had no other options, had to vote for them. Oh, God. I'm really sorry. But I think after a 6-hour-long stream, I am done. Third way, they used to call it. Third way, they still call it in some circles. And now they call it abundance liberalism. So there we go. I am going to try and get some rest so I am not sick tomorrow. And if I remain sick, then I am going to probably do a stream, but I'll just play Oblivion. All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on your way out. It helps the stream a lot when you do. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, folks.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, And he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.